Morning, everybody. I'll call the meeting to order. It's 9 a.m. This is a special council meeting of Tuesday, November 28th, 2023, and it is to address the capital budget for 2024. The special council meeting will continue on November 30th, 2023 at 1 p.m. should additional time be required to facilitate the deliberation of the proposed 2024 tax-supported capital budget for the City of Kawartha Lakes. I have an adoption of the agenda. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on the agenda today? Seeing none, should any arise during the course of the meeting, advise the chair and we'll deal with it accordingly. Item 4 is correspondence. We have 2 items of correspondence. The first from David Webb. We'll receive it all at once.
Just each at a time.
One of them.
First.
Yeah. So can I have a motion to receive that? Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Warren, all in favor? And that's passed. We also have correspondence on the 2024 budget process from Angel Godso, Heather Mountain, Mike Meacham, Jeff Armitage, Kirsten Kelly, and Sherry Johnson. Could I have a motion that those be received? Councillor Perry and Councillor McDonald. All in favor? And that's passed. Item 5 is an overview of the budget process with respect to legislative changes under the strong mayor powers. It's necessary that we do some things in order to align our commitment to the public and to staff on doing the budget for this year. As of October 31st, there was new legislation. CAO is going to walk us through it. Basically, it is wordsmithing and it is extending timelines. There are no particular other implications to it. I think altogether there are 4 or 5 resolutions that we will need to pass. When we pass those resolutions, should we have to go to Thursday's meeting, we would have to rescind one of those in order to do the Thursday meeting. So just be aware of that. And with that, I will turn it over to the CAO.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, Council. And we made it. We're here. You're here. It's the kickoff to the true deliberations of the 2024 budgets, starting with the capital budget today. In your package, you have a memo, and I want to walk through it essentially line by line, so that you're comfortable in understanding what the mayor had described, which is the strong mayor powers were effective, in place, and affect our budgets and how they are processed for the 2024 budget cycle. So as the mayor suggested, there's some housekeeping resolutions that need to be done that essentially only do one thing. They don't change the process, they change the timelines. And in fact, they change the timelines so that they synchronize or mirror essentially what you've already approved for this year's budget schedule. So maybe I'll start there. So today, as you know, we kicked off back in the summer. We did a number of meetings, formalized the budget October 13th. It was posted online. It was distributed to the public. It was distributed to you. So essentially, that's when the clock starts from our current process. The budget is out there. The public, stakeholders, and yourselves have that opportunity to review it and prepare to make amendments or revisions to it. So our plan currently was then capital would start today, and you would do just as you're going to do anyways, deliberate the capital budget. You're going to make decisions on that budget today, and ideally at the end of today, you would have a endorsed budget. And I'm saying that deliberately, and I'll come back to that The next step is next Tuesday, December 5th, where you will deliberate all of the remaining city budgets, being the operating, special projects, and the water and wastewater capital and operating budgets. And based on that council-approved schedule, you would approve all of those budgets, ideally at the end of that December 5th time period. And all of these meetings have been posted to the public. They've been posted throughout and was approved. So as it was mentioned very recently, Strong Mayor Powers have changed the budget process. The major change is essentially the budget is proposed by the head of council. There is then a process that's prescribed with timelines, and there's the roles and responsibilities of council as a body, of the mayor as an individual. And there still is all of those same opportunities for public input and amendments to budgets. So what we're going to walk you through and what we're proposing is that we take that legislative timeline. You have the ability as council to amend those timelines that are in the new legislation. And we're recommending that you layer on what we're currently doing. So you have a memo in front of you, and I'm going to just walk through it again, section by section. So as outlined in the report that you have for today as well, it's in the public agenda. Strong Mayor powers were granted to an extended list of heads of council. Those powers were extended to Kawartha Lakes, so to the mayor, and are effective October 31st, 2023. Again, as I mentioned, our process was well advanced in terms of getting to this stage of budget deliberations. Essentially, the new legislation, as I described, offers new timelines and some slight process changes. So all municipal budgets in a year or leading into a year are presented by the head of council. There's a step or phase where amendments can be made by council by resolution. Once those amendments are known, there's a stage where the head of council can veto any amendments, and there's a process to do that. If a head of council opts to veto anything or make amendments further, council still has an opportunity to overturn those vetoes. And again, there's a process that goes along with that and a vote that would take place. So as you can see, there's a number of stage approaches. And essentially, if you don't go into any of those next phases, then the legislation deems those budgets adopted as amended. Does that make sense? Everybody's okay? So, as you know, you authorized a budget schedule for 2024. We've published those dates. Public, stakeholders, we've had information meetings all the way up to this point. All first draft 2024 city budgets were posted on the website and circulated on October 13th, 2023. So the mayor advised that as the city's 2024 budget process has already been committed to, and the process currently underway meets or exceeds notice and consultation requirements in the legislation, that it's the head of council's intent to synchronize, as I described, the legislation with the current timelines for this year's budgets. So on page 2, the new legislation permits council to pass a resolution to shorten that amendment period as I described, which is currently 30 days in the legislation. And you can shorten your override, or when a veto is in place, you can shorten that period to overturn a veto. And only the mayor can, in writing, shorten that veto time period under the legislation. And he has to do that in writing and notify all of council and the clerk. So in order to synchronize the timelines as what's intended, the following should occur. I'm going to go through the memo in its entirety and then turn it over, if you will, Mr. Mayor, to the chair, to walk you through those different decisions. So we need to formalize the clock starting. And I mentioned we already posted October 13th, but I think to be open, transparent, accountable, it's recommended that council deems November 24th, which was last Friday, that's when the budgets were, as amended, posted, with reports that supported those recommendations, and all of the budget information was provided to the public, to council, and to staff. So we're asking or recommending that council deem November 24th as the date of receipt of the mayor's proposed 2024 budgets. That gets the clock started. If you agree with that and that step takes place, then you should pass the resolution, and we've got some recommended wording there. The second step is council would shorten your prescribed 30-day amendment period to align with the budget deliberations and those opportunities to amend the budget that you've already committed to in schedules. And you do that by resolution. So essentially, the new legislation says once the mayor presents his budget, council has 30 days to make amendments and bring them forward. As you know, we've got a number of resolutions for decision units that have already been brought forward well in advance. And today, the mayor is going to take you through the opportunities, the budget entirely, and you'll be making amendments throughout the day today, or proposing amendments. So it's already built in and in place. So if you're agreeable to that, then there's a resolution to essentially say that your period to provide amendments to the capital budget will end today. And subsequently, your period for making amendments to the other budgets would be at the end of the day, December 5th. So you're essentially, again, committing to those deliberations as we've already published. If there's agreement to that, then the next step is for the mayor to revise that veto period. And currently the legislation says up to 10 days. The mayor can provide a veto or an intent to veto, and it has to be done in writing. The mayor is recommending that commitment be reduced to 1 day. So essentially today you would make amendments. If everybody is agreeable, tomorrow would be the date, end of business day, where you would then, the head of council could provide notice to you and overturn any amendments via veto. We're getting there. Sure, appreciate and again, I'm happy to answer any questions because I appreciate this is coming to you fast and furious. I'm just going to do the final step. So assuming that takes place, the last piece is that council has 15 days, up to 15 in the legislation, to be able to overturn with a 2/3 vote the mayor's veto. So what we're recommending is that you shorten that time period to 6 days. And the reason we're saying that is we already have council meetings scheduled every Tuesday. So next Tuesday, you would have the ability to bring forward any votes to overturn a veto if it was even enacted. So it shortens the time. It means that capital budgets, in a worst case scenario, I'll say, or the longest time period, you would know by next Tuesday the outcome of that final budget. And then similarly for the operating and special projects, water, wastewater, the same timelines are recommended. So you would deliberate that budget up on that date. The mayor would have 1 day to present any vetoes, and then 6 days would take you to the regular council meeting scheduled for December 12th. That agenda would offer the opportunity for council as a body to make any amendments, any overrides to overturn. So that is essentially what the memo walks you through. And again, we would be asking you, and then we would be asking or recommending to the head of council to make those amendments this year only to those respective timelines in the legislation. Appreciate that's probably clear as mud, and I'm going to pause there, answer any questions, and then turn it back over to Mayor Elmsley.
Thank you. I think Councillor Warren, you have a question.
I do, through you, Mr. Mayor. So if the mayor were to, today, say that he wasn't going to veto anything, would he still have that 24 hours and then he has like a second sober thought about maybe I will veto that? How does that work?
So through the chair, so the legislation requires these steps to occur. I presume, maybe to answer your question, the mayor could. He'd have to put in writing now that he has no intent of invoking any veto that would be offered to him. I think though, for transparency, again, we're just looking at the process. There is that ability there, the legislation is there, so that's why we're recommending the shortest period of time, not only to mirror, but in that case, to provide you with immediate notice should the mayor wish to invoke any veto after today's deliberations.
So today isn't the final then? Like, we don't go out of here saying, you know, certain roads are going to be done or initiatives are going to take place. We have to wait 24 hours.
Through the mayor? Correct. So you would deliberate today, you make all your amendments today, you've essentially got a base budget as amended by council. Then there's a 24-hour period the day following. If the mayor does not invoke any veto, then that budget is deemed adopted the second that veto period lapses. So the budget would be deemed adopted end of tomorrow, if nothing else happens other than the normal course of things.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question about considerations for next week. We do have the operating budget to consider. We also have the water and wastewater budget. To me, my understanding is those are collective budgets. They're not necessarily, I know that they are different and somewhat self-standing, but they're not watertight compartments. If we were to adopt the capital budget today in final, and we were looking and next week when we're considering the operating budget and need to go back and perhaps amend or make some changes to the capital budget at that time, would our hands not be tied? We wouldn't be able to go and revisit the capital budget next week should we so need?
Through the mayor, I would suggest you couldn't, I guess you can do anything technically. I mean, it all is one and all budgets, but the capital budget would be deemed adopted at the end of tomorrow if there wasn't any vetoes associated with it. The legislation doesn't change that status though. If we didn't have the strong merit legislation for the timelines, you'd be deliberating the capital budget today and there'd be a resolution or recommendation to adopt the capital budget with any amendments that you make. So nothing's changed in terms of the process, but essentially you have a capital budget adopted. It's more timelines.
Thanks. And again, picking up on something you mentioned, as council, we are the masters of our own agenda, and we would, regardless of process, should we vote a majority, be able to reopen a consideration at any time, correct?
Correct.
Thanks.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a quick question. Should we need to go into Thursday? It seems to me my brain's saying that there would need to be some process involved to reopen Thursday. So how exactly is that going to look like? I think I know, but I'm not sure. I know there needs to be a resolution, but the question is not so much about the resolution as we don't need a 2/3 vote to open that up, correct? It's just a resolution that we can go back and then amend it, as we need to in the afternoon.
So through the mayor, and the mayor mentioned it sort of in the opening, if you don't deliberate entirely today and we go to a second date, there would need to be a reconsideration vote on the initial timelines so that we sync them up. Again, it extends the timeline sort of outward, but you would make that resolution at the end of today's meeting, if necessary.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO. Just looking at this through the Ontario government website, it says that they must make the written documentation available to the public. It is up to the municipality to work with their head of council to establish a process for making this documentation available to the public. For example, a municipality may wish to consider creating an online repository for written documentation. Could you sort of explain that? Something new, but I mean, does that mean that the public still has the opportunity to submit correspondence or make deputations and that sort of thing, or does that sort of jive with what we're trying to do here?
So through the mayor, so I guess a couple of things. Firstly, nothing is changing in terms of the public participation in this year's budget cycle as a result. In fact, I would suggest, if anything, it's well exceeded what the legislation is setting out as a baseline. Because we've had public meetings a month or two ago, we've had information sessions, et cetera. Even on today's agenda, you have still received correspondence as inputs into the budgets. And that's not going to waver. There's still an opportunity next week and leading up to next week. Any other public correspondence. You will recall there was a public meeting as well. But essentially what you were describing is the general sort of process layout that you must, as the city and the mayor, must make sure that when a budget is presented or proposed, that it is available to the public for scrutiny, for review, and for comment. And so we will be coming back to you in the new year to formalize this process, because it is going to have fundamental changes sort of to our overall timelines when public meetings would take place. But again, essentially for this year, what's in front of you is only changing the timelines for this year to meet what we have already committed to.
Okay, and finally, usually in budget years, you pass the capital budget, then the operating budget, then it goes to the next council meeting for ratification to formally accept it. Does this interfere with that process, that councillors can extract items, say, from a capital and or a operating budget in the next council meeting that's to formalize the budget? Or does that omit the councillor's ability to do that under this new proposal?
Through the mayor, I would suggest that's not available to you now. This is a special council meeting, so you are making decisions. It's not being pushed forward and through a regular council meeting. So you wouldn't be extracting capital budget through minutes at a future meeting. It's already a prescribed process. You're making your decisions on those special council meeting dates. So the legislation has no impact on that whatsoever.
And that's consistent with what we've done in the past. Any other questions or comments? Okay, well, let me struggle through this and see if we can get agreement. The first resolution we need to pass is that November 24th, 2023 be deemed as the date Mayor Elmsley provided the proposed 2024 budget for the City of Kawartha Lakes to each member of council, the clerk, and to the public. Can I have a motion for that resolution? Councillor Smeaton, Deputy Mayor Richardson. Any questions? All in favor? And that passes. Our next one is that November 28th, 2023 be deemed as the last date for amendments to be put forward by council resolution for the proposed 2024 capital budget for the City of Kawartha Lakes. I have a mover and seconder for that. Councillor McDonald. Seconder? Councillor Yeo. Any comments or questions? All in favor? And that passes. Thirdly, that December 5th, 2023 be deemed as the last date for amendments to be put forward by council resolution for the proposed 2024 operating budget for the City of Kawartha Lakes, for the proposed 2024 special projects budget for the City of Kawartha Lakes, and for the proposed 2024 water and wastewater capital and operating budgets for the City of Kawartha Lakes. And I have a mover and seconder for that. Councillor McDonald. Deputy Mayor Richardson. Comments or questions? All in favor? And that passes. We're getting there. Fourthly, that the time period for council resolutions to override the head of council vetoes for the proposed 2024 capital budget be reduced from 15 days to 6 days. I have a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Warren. Seconder. Counselor Yo. All in favor? And that passes. Lastly, that the time period for resolutions to override the head of council vetoes for the proposed 2024 operating, special projects, water and wastewater capital and operating budgets be reduced from 15 days to 6 days. I have a mover and seconder. Councillor Joyce, Deputy Mayor Richardson, comments or questions? All in favor? And that's passed. That's all of them. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could just, maybe
Yes.
just as a general comment, sort of in close. So the one outstanding step, but that would be required, is from the head of council, and it is to provide to council and to the clerk in writing for each of those respective budget periods, a reduction to the time period for veto opportunities from 10 days to 1 day. And I just want to remind you of that, Chair, as part of this overall process, and that you were committed to do that.
Thank you. Did you so with that, item 6,
The memo.
we need to receive that memo as well. So can I have a mover and seconder to receive the memo? Councillor Warren, Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? And that's done. We'll now move to item 6, which is the proposed 2024 tax-supported capital budget for the City of Kawartha Lakes. Question and answer document. CAO, did you want to say anything before that, or Ms. Volkaboom?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, I would recommend receive the Q&A. That is a compilation of all of the questions that council posed formally through to staff. I think at the next step, when we talk about and open up the report and the recommendations and sort of set the baseline for your deliberations, you'll instruct in terms of how those questions and answers are going to be handled. But maybe I'll just use the opportunity now that we're in capital deliberations to essentially sort of kick off to say, good that we're here. I think what you have is a good, balanced capital budget in front of you that actually does a lot of things. It keeps us up to date, keeps us in a state of good repair. It starts to tackle new capital, especially you've heard from me about where we've talked about growth pressures and accelerating growth and being ready for that. And thirdly, it's catching up. It's jumping on a lot of deferred projects that you've seen listed, and we're making much headway, not only this year, but again, through this 2024 budgets. So I'll turn it over, Mayor, after you receive the documents to our team. And I'll just lastly say, thank you to everybody. This is a massive group effort. You've got your sort of team on the right-hand side of me with respect to building the capital budgets, but even that's not done alone. It's done with all of the departments. All of them are represented today in those capital areas to answer any of those questions or comments that you have. So again, thanks for the opportunity and looking forward to the day. Thanks.
Thank you. So as you heard, we need a motion to receive the question and answer document. Could I have a motion to do that? Councillor Warren, Councillor MacDonald, all in favor? And that's passed. So I think what we're going to do, Ms. Volkaboom, did you want to say anything before we start?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, we're just going to walk through the report in front of you this morning. Just do a quick overview of what's contained therein and the impact on the tax dollars and the operating impact. If I go too fast on page numbers, just give me the fuzzy eyeball and I will slow down. So in front of you is a report, CA 2023-005. Your first recommendation that we're looking for support is again the tabling of the mayor's proposed 2024 budget following the CAO Taylor's memo and all of the strong mayors. Pardon me. So that is the first step to receive all of those budgets. Secondly, I'm going to walk you through some of the refinements in Appendix B and the resulting savings on the operating budget side. The next resolution is that savings of the 1.4 million asset management reserve and the impact on the operating budget, and then we will set to deliberate the budget. So page 3 of this report, the 2024 mayor's proposed budget in front of you today represents a $71.2 million investment in both state of good repair for assets we own, life cycle, condition rating, improvements, etc., as well as prepare for the growth projects and the imminent housing pledge that the city has just signed, infrastructure works required. Page 4 of the report walks you through the asset categories where that 71.2 is being invested. Loud and clearly, roads are the city's biggest concern from both the residents and council, and this budget invests $33 million. I'm just going to pause to make sure everybody has found page 3 of the report. Report CA 2023-005 in your agenda today. So let me pause there, make sure everybody has that report open. And I'm referring to the actual written report, so it would be your eScribe, your agenda package had the report attached. Let me just hold it up. On the agenda, that is page, perfect. So if you click on the agenda online, the report is attached therein. Page 28, Director Shanks is calling. Sorry, I didn't walk up here with my agenda. Thank you. Oh, sorry, 20. All right. So just to recap, there are 4 resolutions on the front page. Pardon me, 5. The first one is just to receive it. Page 3 is an update to the capital budget that was published on October 13th, representing a $71.2 million investment. Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I answer a question from the councillor?
So your page 3 is reflecting page 21 in our report here. So just there's a disconnect.
Pardon me, I'm referring
okay.
to the page
All
on the
right,
actual
I
report.
got it now, thank you.
Okay,
Those
Halfway-
pages are top right.
top right of the actual report. So halfway down page 3 of the report, you'll see that the capital investment now sits at $71.2 million, slightly down from your published book on October 13th. Page 4 of report CA 2023-005 is a nice chart showing you where that 71.2 is invested. 33 million in roads, 23.5 in facilities and site works, and 14.1 in fleet and equipment. Page 4 and 5 walks you through how the budget is financed and which sources have a direct impact on the tax levy or which ones would have a future impact through an indirect means. So that's just to guide you through the sources and the impact that would relate back to the percentage increase. This budget currently brings you to a 3.99% operating impact increase, including the refinements that have occurred to date. On page 7 and 8 of report CA 2023-005 is one such of those refinements. Appendix B is where the corrections, refinements, adjustments have occurred. You just received a new printout this morning from the clerk's office in your folders. On page 7 and 8, we walk you through a recommendation to apply the remaining OSIF financing from the 22 and 23 gravel program. The resolution that directed that program be developed is halfway down page 7, and it was a 2022 recommendation. It is now apparent there's a surplus of $1.218 million in that program that we are applying to this capital budget. This, together with other capital budget refinements, adjustments, if you will, included in Appendix B, results in a reduced amount of transfer from the Asset Management Reserve financing of $1.4 million, which is a direct savings on your operating budget report, operating tax quote, which is now arriving at the 3.99% versus the 4.5% we were at on October 13th. $3.99. Finally, page 9 of the report, to follow up on CAO Taylor's comments on the deferrals. Page 9 depicts that the 2024 budget includes $22 million, or 24.68%, almost a quarter, to address previously deferred capital works. You will see in that table at the top of page 9 that between the years 2025 to 2027, the city has set a goal to address the entire capital backlog, currently quoted at $89 million, and so far this year we have achieved $22 million of that $89 in this budget. So again, your $71.2 million investment addresses state of good repair, $22 million of this backlog in the state of good repair, as well as the growth projects sorely needed to address our housing pledge. Finally, on page 6 of the report, the next steps after the adoption of the budget. City staff will immediately turn attention to updating the asset management plan, both for this budget as well as start preparing for the legislative requirement of non-core assets to be brought into the city's asset management plan. On page 3, we also identify for you that this long-range plan is yet to be refined in terms of some of the infrastructure investments that are required to meet our housing pledge. Those master plans are underway. We're setting up the parameters to address that growth. What we don't know yet from a financial perspective is the cost of some of the infrastructure works required. We'll also endeavor to include all of that in the June detailed long-term financial plan. Finally, the mayor will now walk you through the capital budget, both in terms of the questions to ensure that all of your questions and staff answers have been provided to your satisfaction, as well as walk you through the decision units we have today, plus any other deliberating items you so choose. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If there are any questions?
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Director Boogaboom. On page 6, with the chart 3, it has a debenture of $23.4 million. This back in 2017, I wasn't here, but a couple of councillors were here. Wasn't that 25 million? And I had thought it was down to around 20 or the high teens million left in that debenture. That was a debenture that was brought in to sort of correct or fill the void or make amends for deficits that we've had in capital spending. Maybe it's in another chart, but I'm just wondering if you had the balance on that debenture right now, please.
Through you,
That-
Mr. Mayor.
I'll just try and clarify. I think it was 2018 We borrowed an additional 25 million because we had been so far behind on our infrastructure programs, and interest rates were at an all-time low. And so we made the decision to borrow 25 and pay it back over 10 years. So I think that is the question that Councillor Ashmore is asking.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that history. I was not aware of that particular resolution. If you would give us until noon today, Councillor, we would gladly look up the balance remaining on that particular debt. In previous presentations, both on October 17th and the 31st, we did refer to the fact that the city has this overall debt limit, and that would be part of that outstanding balance. We'll do some work and find out that particular one. If I may just provide some wording change. The city is not in a deficit on the capital program. There's a difference in a deficit and debenturing to finance the capital. We are very strategic. We take the debt, we finance it over a time period. We go out and get debt when the rates are good. We are at no point ever in a deficit on the capital or the operating budget, just to clarify that comment.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Bukaboom, for the report and for the updates. I'm just curious in terms of the impact of the revisions to Appendix B as well as the surplus that was carried over. You'd mentioned that in the draft budget, the projected tax increase would be 4.6%, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, on October 13th, the draft budget that was published stood at 4.56.
4.56.
And today, 4.56. And with the amendments in Appendix B to this attached report, as well as other refinements on the operating side, we're at 3.99% as of today.
Right, having found the transfer of approximately $1.4 million, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm just curious if you could help me understand, because my understanding is about $1 million equals about 1% of tax revenue. So if we're to take 4.56, the original, reduce the ballpark of 1.4, we get about 3.2. So I'm just wondering if you could help account for the additional 0.7%. Why it didn't come in closer to the 3.2? I know that's just kind of a rough estimate, that 1% equals 1 million, but perhaps you could speak to the discrepancy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Great question through you, Mr. Mayor. 1.4 million is approximately 1%, including both the general rate and the special area rates. Yes, your math is correct. You would anticipate seeing a 1% reduction from the 4.56 as a result of this 1.4 million savings in the asset management reserve in Appendix B, also included in the resolution on the front page of the report. In the interim, there were other refinements found needed in the operating budget, some added, some reduced. Therefore, the net result of both the operating refinements that you'll see next week on December 5th, plus these refinements, brings us to the 3.9 at this point in time. I could use one such example. The OMPF originally estimated in the operating budget that brought us to the 4.56. I had anticipated an increase in the OMPF. We all had. It's actually lower than the 2023 amount. So there were adjustments plus and minus that nets us out to the 3.9.
Right. Thank you very much. I think that's an important clarification, because ballparking 1% tax decrease equals $1 million, and $1.4 million actually needed to make up a 1% tax increase is a significant, 0.4, almost 0.5. So really, to ballpark, 1% in the tax levy equals $1.5 million, or it's the other way around, rather.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, 1% is approximately equivalent to 1.4 million.
Thank you. Okay, yes.
The complexity comes in the fact that we have a general rate and a special area rate, so depending which ward you're in, it's a little bit of a
Right. So 1% generates a bit more than 1 million. That brings about 1.4. Right. Significant
Correct.
for our guesstimating and our ballparking, as opposed to just 1 million. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just real quick, the OSIF piece that you mentioned is really nothing different than than it always has been, right? Like it happens to be one of the answers to one of the questions I had. So exhausting the annual OSIF funding, and at the end it says the unused capital financing is then returned to its source during the capital close process. Again, typically the asset management reserve, that hasn't changed at all, right? It was just a different approach this year. You're saying that, basically you're saying the same thing, that you're exhausting the OSIF funding right off the top, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. The program originally set up for the gravel roads program in 22 and 23 with the OSIF funding has a surplus remaining in there. So as opposed to expanding that program for fiscal sustainability reasons, the decision by the expert team was to apply it to this year's tax levy.
Okay. So we have report number CA 2023-005. Can I have a motion on that? Councillor Perry, as printed. Councillor Joyce, seconder. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. So we're now going to move on to, we're going to go through the questions you asked of staff and see if, and make sure that your questions were answered to your satisfaction, or if you were looking for more information. I will say, as we get into this budget, and in meetings we've had, staff is awaiting some conversations with MPAC that will come at our operating budget, and there could be further refinements, but we won't know that yet. MPAC won't have an answer for us until at least Friday and perhaps Monday. So there could be further refinements to the budget and resulting in it going lower than the 3.99. So without further delay, we'll move into the question and answer document. And the first item is rural resurface, oh, wrong one. It's okay, I'll get my book organized one of these days.
Mr. Mayor, if we could, we have the number on the outstanding debt, if you were so inclined.
Please do.
The estimated amount of outstanding debt on that previous 25 million is $10 million. 10.2 million remaining on the 2018 $25 million debt. So we're continuing to pay that down at the rates obtained at that time period, and we'll pay it off within the 10-year time. If that helps with your question on the debt.
Are you fine with that, Councillor Ashmore?
Thanks very much. So it was debentured over 10 years, was it? A 10-year, it's a quick amortization, quite a bit of principal and interest payments that were made on this. But I appreciate the that quick response, that's good.
Thank you. Okay, let's deal with a couple of general questions, and then we'll start going through the document, and we'll go page by page, and we'll pick up the questions as we come to the page, and see if there are any other questions on that page or any other issues that people want to deal with. So the first item, Councillor Perry's question was, given that much of the year's surplus was allocated to reserves, how might these funds, e.g. $2 million, remaining in the capital contingency be accessed for this year? Are you satisfied with your response?
I appreciate the response, Mayor. I do have a follow-up from the response I received.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thank you for the response. In talking also to Councillor Dane, to Treasurer Daines, I know that we have $2 million from the uncommitted capital reserve from the 2022 surplus. And then we also, as a council, if my colleagues will recall, we put $2.5 million, the balance of that surplus, into the uncommitted portion, which stands now at about $2.9 million. I know that the answer says this amount is required to be maintained to address 2024 needs for over budget tenders due. It's the required that I'm curious about. Are we able to use our discretion as councillors to apportion or allocate some of that 2.9 million still? Again, understanding that there is some need for budget tender flexibility, but 2.9 million, even by my math, 500,000 or 600,000 could help bring the tax increase down closer to 3%, for example. Thank you.
Ms. Bokaboon?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the query, Councillor. The 2.9 that is being recommended to be maintained is in order to set us up for any unforeseen costs that come forward in 2024. So to your point, any overages and tenders, any projects that arise that are not in the plan, and leaves us some emergency funding, if you will. That being said, in January of 2024, we're coming forward to you with the reserve strategy that will recommend minimum balances in the reserves and the intent and criteria from which we would recommend you finance from. Short of that, at the interim, the 2.9 uncommitted, if council were to choose, could be a financing source during this budget. However, again, we cautiously reserve the conservative approach that leaving some money in terms of budget overages in 2024 would leave you somewhat short, or if something were to arise that we hadn't considered in this plan, we would be very short on a financing source in year.
Thanks very much for that. And just a follow-up, if I could then, because the language in the response says required, but you had said it's recommended. Is that correct?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the recommended would be the appropriate wording. And
Great.
Again, when we come forward in the reserve strategy in January, we'll get council's recommendation on receive the recommendations on staff proposal of minimum balances. And at that point, we would use stronger language like required.
Subject to the will of council, of course. Thank you. Also, just my last question on this, as a guide or a baseline for our deliberations, is there information on past years as to how much has actually been required or spent due to over budget tenures and the risk management that you mentioned?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The only recent example I have in the answer to the question was that we needed an additional $2.5 million throughout the summer period, spring and summer of 2023, to allow tenders to be approved and move forward. If it weren't for that 2.5 available to us in the contingency capital reserve, we would have had to cancel tenders, and the work would not have been allowed to proceed on an over budget basis.
And that was taken from the overall commitment, and despite that, there's still the 2.9 million remaining. Is that correct?
That is correct. You topped up the
That's
last
right.
year's surplus. We used 2.5 million in year.
Right.
And then we topped up some more through a capital close in Q2. And so that leaves you with the resultant 2.9 uncommitted today.
So there has already been some spent as a rainy day for emergency to manage risk. That was taken, and this is the remainder. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So if next year were to replicate itself and we were required to find 2.5 million of additional financing to allow tenders to be approved, this is the 2.9 with which we would fund those overages.
I understand. Thank you. Last but not least, has there been any projection yet on similar surplus for this past fiscal year as there was last budget cycle?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's no reason to believe that our precedent average amount of 3 million in surplus would be plus or minus something of that nature in 2024. That being said, we are trying to differentiate the operating surplus to be protected for operating needs and operating rate stabilization reserves, and not continue to fund the capital contingency from operations, if possible.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Richards.
Thank you, and through you, if I can just look for some clarification, just based on the conversation we had too. I think through the province of Ontario too, they are asking us to improve how we manage our asset management plans as well. And I know as we go through and the challenges we've had with some operational pressures, that we've got those capital backlogs that are going to create those operational challenges. So we do have to be pretty prudent as we move forward. I just want to confirm that guidance that the province of Ontario has provided as well.
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor is quite correct. The province is looking in the long-range plans. I'll defer any of the answers regarding that legislation to Dr. Found. However, quite accurately, we do need to have these reserves available and start replicating concepts of self-sustainability and future long-term sustainability on the capital plan. But I'll defer to Dr. Found for that comment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the Deputy Mayor Richardson is correct. The province does expect us to become not only financially sustainable, but to demonstrate that through our asset management plans. And a key step in that process will be the forthcoming asset management plan, which we expect to arrive at council in early Q2 next year. And at that time, I think we'll have probably a deeper discussion on this issue. But yes, the comment is correct. That is an expectation of the province, and we are working towards to meeting that expectation.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor, for a second time. Just for clarity then, given the place we are in the fiscal year, the late stage, we could, at an outer marker, have 2.9 million left there, plus possibly $3 million in our traditional operating surplus if it stays within past parameters, for a total potentially of $5.9 million, all things being equal. I know that things will come out of that, but I just want to make sure that, if we take all our surpluses into account, we could have 5.9 million, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, your 5.9, you were supposing the 3 million 2023 surplus comes in as is. And again, very early on, we haven't completed the audit. We're just anticipating that in the last 5 years, that's been the city's historical precedent. We'll fall somewhere north or south of that. We won't know the results of that until the year-end audit sometime in the spring. So to pre-spend that money today might be a little bit too premature. In terms of the 2.9 uncommitted capital, to both the Deputy Mayor's comments and Dr. Found's, we would want to protect some of that capital funding for the long-term financial plan. So don't forget, we're now bringing non-core into our asset management plan. We're bringing increased amounts of growth projected projects, of which will not be 100% growth funded. The city will need to contribute some of our own tax dollars to those projects. The findings of those master plans and the needs for millions of dollars, tens of millions of infrastructure, I'll defer to my colleagues, the expert engineers, but you would, in prudence, want to protect some of that capital reserve money for those future growth-related projects, the pledge of which we've just signed at the end of October, that we are going to build and be ready for the growth targets.
Thank you, and I'm sure all our council colleagues will duly consider prudence and risk management as we are bound to do as our duty as councillors. I just want to make sure that I had understanding of the full array, assumptions included, of how surpluses are unfolding, given the tight year for residents and the demands on their incomes and spending as well. So thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Thank you. Moving on, Councillor Warren, you had a question about gas tax reserves. Was your question answered?
Kind of. Get back there. I sent out another question that hasn't been answered really, that there was an equation to, this was brought in, this gas tax reserve was brought in to lower greenhouse gas emissions originally. And the city has taken it to do roads, because I guess there is an equation, if you pave 1 kilometer of road, it lowers so many, greenhouse gas emission targets. That's back when. So I'm not sure what we're doing these days, but I see there is 854,758 available, and usually this got spent out. It wasn't thought as a reserve. It was meant to be spent out, and in the years I was around, it was always spent out. So, and it went to various things, not just roads. It actually started the lake management plans. So my question was and is there an equation still to come up with what initiative lowers greenhouse gases most? And should that initiative get funding?
Who's your question to?
I sent it to Juan Rojas and Dr. Found and Sarah Bukaboom. So, yeah, I haven't received that back.
Anybody anxious to put up their hand and answer this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, first of all, our apologies. We were otherwise detained yesterday preparing for today's meeting. I apologize that we did not follow up with a response. If you'll allow us a little bit of time to research, we're looking up whatever happened to that formula or calculation to which you refer. And suffice that to say, you are correct that the amount remaining there, staff would not be opposed to using that as a funding source and spending the grant dollars out in their entirety in future years. We will work again in the reserve strategy to bring you back and solidify policies, directions such as that in the reserve strategy in the future. And we'll just research whatever happened to that calculation, but to your point, there are 19 criteria of which is eligible to be funded from that grant funding in the dedicated gas tax.
Thank you, and I look forward to the debate going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm grabbing it.
There's also a question on gas tax from Councillor McDonald. Did you get an answer that you're satisfied with, or do you have other questions?
Yeah, just a quick question. When you notice that there's $4.9 million there's a lot of areas that you can use the money. My question is that who decides where that money goes to if there's so many different avenues that you can be used on? Is that something that comes to council, or is that decision made by who?
Generally speaking, if you look through your budget book, you will see where certain projects and certain items have been earmarked as to come from gas tax. But Director or Dr. Found may want to elaborate.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so for several years, it's been the city's practice to allocate gas tax entirely to roads capital projects. But the councillor is correct. There's an array of potential uses for that money. And to further answer his question, it is always the decision of council at the end of the day as to how those funds get used. Staff just merely recommend how to use it. But again, that has been our past practice for several years to fully dedicate it to roads, and understanding if it were to shift to other purposes, it would just simply shift around financing from those purposes to roads. So it's sort of a shell game in that regard.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Councillor Smeeden.
Just on that note, Mr. Mayor, through you, a question for Dr. Found. One of the 19 categories of that, what's now the CCBC, was broadband. And I just wanted to crystal ball, if something were to come to council in April that involved, the broadband projects that are certainly coming our way, and we're trying to improve that. If we pass this budget as is in terms of the federal gas tax as it's listed now, is there still an opportunity to tap into CCBC funds for broadband at that time in April, or would that become a budget item for next year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, well, my understanding would be if there are remaining funds in the federal gas tax reserve, then I believe the answer would be yes, because they would be as not yet committed. And so understanding that broadband is an eligible use, that council could at that time use those uncommitted funds toward that use. If they exist, if they're still there, of course.
Councillor Ashwin.
Thank you. Just through you, Mr. Mayor, to Dr. Found, I'm looking at the amount that the provincial government allocates, $380 million. It specifically says the funding is being delivered through the gas tax program and can be used to extend service hours, buy transit vehicles, add routes, improve accessibility, or upgrade infrastructure. I was wondering how much we get. $380 million from Ontario. Do we get anything from the federal government? We used to get quite a bit, but do you have a number that we get from the federal government if we do get any gas tax from them? Please.
Just clarifying, we don't get 380 million.
That total
If we did, we wouldn't be sitting here.
No, you're right. That's the total for 107 municipalities, but we get a slice of that, but very small, but it certainly helps. But do we get any federal gas tax money, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so I think I'll provide a sort of general response, and then I'll leave any of the details in terms of the exact numbers of grant funding that we received to my colleagues to the right. So there are two streams of gas tax funding. One is provincial, which can only be used on transit. And it can be used, I think as stated in the report, it can be used on not only transit capital, but transit operations. And my understanding is that allocation to the city is predominantly used here on transit operations. A little bit may find its way to capital, but not very much. And again, that comes from the province of Ontario. The second stream of gas tax funding comes from the federal government, and that's the one that Councillor Warren was referring to. And I believe Councillor Smeeten was referring to that stream. That's a much larger stream for the city, close to $5 million a year right now. And I think as Councillor Smeeten pointed out, it can be used for a broad array of purposes.
Thank you.
Okay. And you're fine, Councillor McDonald?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So we're going to get organized a little bit because we're going to go through the budget book page by page, and we'll deal with the questions on each page. Do you want to take a break now till, let's say, 20 past, and come back and do that until lunchtime? Okay? So we'll take a break till 10:20. Back at it. We'll move to page 27 in our budget books. And the first question is from Councillor Smeaton on that page, which is about the Fire Training Center burn tower. Did you get your question answered? You're fine with that? Is there anything else on page 27 for anybody? Seeing none. Councillor McDonald, you had a question on the paramedic headquarters and fleet center. Did you get your question answered?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. So we'll move on to page 28, which is the Bethel Road culvert. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. Yes, I did get my answer. I just, when we're looking at cost of doing business and how much it costs to get projects done, the $55,000 just for a design of a culvert kind of, it blows you away. So I didn't know if Director Rollhouse wanted to add some more comment to that.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So just to put it into context, this is not a traditional culvert. It's a large structural culvert, 3 meters in height and about 50 meters long. So it's not your normal culvert when you think of a culvert. It is in line with current culverts of that nature design of 2023 with some staff time, some surveying. So the 55,000 we feel is adequate or reasonable in the market we're in. I agree that the prices have increased, not just in engineering design, but I think globally. And we feel that 55,000 is the correct budget number for the scope of work.
Thank you. You're fine with that? Thank you. We'll go to page 29. And on there, I have a question. If you recall in the spring, and I'm looking at you, Councillor Perry, because we agreed not that work at Helen Street and Lindsay Street wasn't going to go forward. So we removed it from the budget, the 2023 budget, but we did not remove it completely from the work plan, and we need to do that to get it out of there, so it's not on. And what will that, the upshot of that is that a bunch of money will go back into the DC reserve, and about 7,750 of tax-supported dollars will be saved. So I'm looking, would you like to make that motion that we remove that from the budget?
Thank you for flagging that, Mayor. My only question on that would be that the anticipated design for the turning movements and the the expansion of the lane and the left-hand turn lane dedicated into Tim Hortons off of Elliott Street is still proceeding this fiscal, correct?
As far as I know.
I do.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it is. The Elliott
Thank
Street
you.
intersection is working, and we
Great.
have currently a consultant on board working on that design.
Then I
Public
would-
meeting to come in the future.
Thank you. Then absolutely, Mayor, you caught my eye, and I would like to make a motion to remove that $155,000 design fee from this year's budget as well.
Well, we want to do it permanently.
Right, for those turning movements that we had
So we're
disapproved.
removing it from the budget process.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Warren. Comments, questions? No? All in favor? And that passes. Page 30. We have two questions, both by Councillor Warren. Were your questions on page 30 answered, or do you have anything?
Yeah, pretty much. It was just noticing that, especially in the rural roads, that ones that are busier aren't necessarily getting looked after. It's just a view, so I'll let that go. And then the next one. So yes, I'm wondering if we could take. It says both committed and uncommitted. We have 3.5 million in capital contingency reserve. I'm wondering if we can take some extra money out of that to go towards 49.
Director Bolkeblum?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I seek clarification from the councillor? So CKL Road 49 is currently budgeted for 6.440 million. With, it looks like it's a boundary road. We have financing from another municipality and 2.3 on the debenture. Is your wish to reduce some of the debenture and apply the federal gas tax?
No, this was on the reserve, quarry reserve. So that was the question over how much is in the haul route reserve, and can we reach out? Well, the other part was, can we reach out further to quarries? But I guess it was just asking how much was in that reserve for like a haul route reserve.
If, through you, Mr. Mayor, could you just give me one moment to look up the haul route reserve balance?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just trying to free up some money.
Thank you. Thank you for the pause to allow us to look that up, Mr. Mayor. The haul route reserve is a component, it's not its own reserve, it's part of the general city capital reserve. So the same 3.5 million in capital contingency, 2.9 is uncommitted, and the portion that is committed is dedicated to the haul route. So currently we're reflecting $900,000 be funded for CKL Road 49 from that reserve. If you'll give me one moment, I'll find out how much is committed from the capital reserve for haul route specifically. And pardon me, Mr. Mayor, when I say I will look it up, I actually mean Jessica, the expert sitting to my right, will look it up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's approximately $18,000 remaining on the committed gas tax reserve in the haul route reserve. In the capital, sorry, my mind was going there from the previous comments. 18,000 is remaining at the end of 2023, dedicated to the haul routes reserve.
Thank you. Also on page 30, Councillor Smeaton. Did you get your question answered?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Page 31 is also Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I picked one road that I knew well to get my head around something. If you look at Indian Trail Road, the OSIF grant is $154,000, and then there's $66,000 from asset management. And when I knew that the OSIF funding is being spent as a massive expenditure off the top for this budget, I had to wonder if that 66,000 and then perhaps many others that are in asset management reserve have become part of a formula to allow for that to happen. In other words, that $66,000, would it not be absorbed by OSIF grant and therefore be available? Am I clear in how I'm asking? I can ask it a different way.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, perhaps I could just request clarification. Which project are you referring to?
I'm sorry. We could pick any of these roads. I chose Indian Trail Road because I have a friend there, so I knew it. So Indian Trail Road, Pleasant Point Road to the west end was a resurface. And you'll notice that it has $66,000 from asset management and $154 from OSIF. And my question was, if we're taking the since we're taking the approach of exhausting the OSIF grant to do roads, is that $66,000 coming out of asset management anymore? Or my guessing was that there's been some formula at work, and I need to now know how many roads are not coming out of asset management, because we don't know. So that's.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I understand the question. So yes, we do try to apply a general approach to the use of OSIF with the intent that when a project is drawn down, that the OSIF, I think you did mention this, Councillor Smeaton, that the OSIF would be drawn down first, and then whatever remaining financing is required would then be drawn down as needed. And so we do try to apply a general approach where we ensure that OSIF covers no more than, say, 65% of a project, just to ensure that when the project is drawn down, that the OSIF will be exhausted. So the answer to the question is yes, the 66,000 is still needed there, but at the end of the day, if we're doing a good job with our budgets and inflation is not too crazy next year, then there should be a slight surplus in that particular project, which would then flow back to the asset management reserve through the capital, or the capital contingency reserve rather, through the capital close process.
You fine with that? Thank you. We'll move on to page 33. And again, Councillor Smeaton, why is federal gas tax reserve the only funding source for life cycle management? Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Richardson, did you get your question answered? Yeah, I'll get to you, Councillor Ashmore.
I believe it's page 34 for me on that one. Yeah.
Pulverizing roads?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Ashmore?
Thank you. Just a question on the previous one, Councillor Smeaton brought to the attention of the life cycle management. That's a program that is just so popular, and it does so many positive aspects to it. So are we just getting, just a question maybe through you to Dr. Fallon maybe, are we trying to get more funding for that? Do we need more funding for that program? Because it is a very successful program, and we really need it. In your opinion, do we need more funding, even if it's a small amount? Because every year, not every year, but a lot of years we top it up. And there's so many roads that need this to be done, and it fits the category. Just wondering, other than gas tax, are there any other sources that you would think, or reserves or whatever, that would help this program?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I'll answer in some general terms, and Director Rojas may be able to provide some details. I'll address the first question, which is about financing. Can this project or can this program be financed by something other than federal gas tax? And the answer is absolutely yes. It could be. Again, what the program reflects right now is our standard practice of applying federal gas tax to roads programs. Well, this is a roads program, so it's not really a surprise to see federal gas tax there. As to the councillor's other question about whether this program has adequate expenditure overall, I would first note that I agree that this program is quite effective. The way I like to describe this program in a nutshell is it helps keep our good roads good. It doesn't just do that, but I think it's its prime purpose, is to keep our good roads good for longer, so that we can minimize our life cycle costs over the long run. With that said, my understanding is that every 5 years when we conduct a roads needs study, the particular needs of this program are reviewed at that time, and recommendations then come forward through that study to council as to how to refine or reset the expenditure requirements for this program, again, in order to keep the good roads good and address some of the other roads where they are otherwise good, but there's a particular spot that is not good, and this program is used to target that one spot to hold the entire road over in terms of its life cycle. So based on, I guess, my general understanding is right now I think this program is at an adequate level, but again, that's revisited every time we do a roads needs study. So any details, though, I would defer to Director Rojas.
It's fine, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Richardson, did you have something? We're getting there right now. Life cycle management, pulverizing roads, go for it.
I'm going to go for it right now. Thank you. This question was brought up just because you look at the cost of maintaining some roads that need to be pulverized, and if you were to put all that patch and labor time in, it's more conducive to actually pulverize the road because you can manage it in a more timely fashion. So if we have roads that are being pulverized and they're going to be completed in the next 1 or 2 years, wouldn't that price of pulverizing now save us when it comes to resurfacing as we move through the project deadlines? And if we are, I'm just wondering, when we have 5 categories right now in that life cycle management, would we consider putting pulverizing as one of those life management tools?
Who's your?
Dr. Rojas, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when we resurface a road, whether it's in the resurfacing program or the life cycle management under asphalt, under local asphalt paving, or one of the other categories, the methodology is to first pulverize the road and then treat it with whatever wearing course is applicable. So it's embedded in that program. There are some economies of scale to do it at the same time, right? Because they mobilize, there's one contractor, and then so forth. You could pulverize the road ahead of time and then come back a year or 2 later and resurface the road. You still need to do both operations. There might be some minor increases because now you're mobilizing twice, but it's negligible, in my opinion. And the cost of maintenance would be lessened if it's a short time frame. So if we take a hard top road and pulverize it, yes, there's additional maintenance for maybe a year or 2, but in the long run, it would be less than trying to maintain that road in its current state. So I think overall, there would be some efficiencies and some cost savings, and the pulverization is inherent in the operations of resurfacing anyways.
Thank you, and I appreciate that explanation. I know I did bring a memo in October regarding, so I'm sure that this will be fleshed out with that report coming in the new year. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Just a question to Mr. Rojas, Director Rojas. So would that be like Rotomil, right? That it chews it up and then it goes through a process and then it, paves it. So it's pretty, I've watched it a couple times and it's quite a slick operation, and it doesn't take much time at all. So that would be something I'd be very supportive of. Thank you.
Is there a question in there somewhere?
So just for clarification, Rotomil is a large company. I want to make sure I distinguish between a pulverization of a road and then resurfacing with a hot in place or warm in place, which Rotomil also does. So Rotomill it's a big train where they pulverize the road, it goes through their big train, and it spits out some more asphalt. It's called hot in place and cold in place. Those are a little bit different than a pulverizing a road and resurfacing, but it's generally the same operations, right?
Councillor Smeaton.
Through you quickly, if we support Deputy Mayor this is for Director Rojas. If we were to support in the future, near future, Deputy Mayor Richardson's pulverization hopes, how much of that $2.2 million here of expenditure, ballpark, would a significant amount of that be reduced? Because we won't be crack sealing or slurry sealing, or is that not true?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so just bear with me. I'll do a little explanation on life cycle management, because it is a good program, as Councillor Ashmore mentioned. It's been well received. It came into effect the last term of council through a roads need study that recommended life cycle management. And as Dr. Found mentioned, there's two purposes, right? One is to keep our good roads good. So those roads that are in around the 7 to 8 year life cycle need, not to get them into the 5 to buy some time. And on the other hand, we recognize that there are some roads that are challenging, that are identified as a now or 1 to 5 year need. However, we don't have the finances to do them. So this is another mechanism to, as a stopgap, to help us get to our plan. So that's the intent of the life cycle management. We right-sized the budget about 2 terms to council ago, because as Councillor Ashmore mentioned, council was always topping it up at budget time. So we took the initiative about 2 years ago to say, why don't we just right-size it now so that council doesn't have to top it up at every budget cycle. And that's why it sits at the 2.235 million where it is today. As you see, this program we purposely leave as categories. So there's no roads assigned to it, because we want to wait until what we did in the previous capital year. We want to talk to our public works counterparts to see which roads they are having problems with from a maintenance point of view. Maybe problems is not the right word, maybe some challenges for maintenance challenges. And then we typically bring a report back right after the spring thaw with a recommendation to council on which roads we're going to allocate to life cycle management in all the categories. I believe for crack sealing and slurry seal, we currently have a 3-year procurement term. So we pick a vendor, and they're good for 3 years, and we just modify year 2 and year 3. But the numbers are just a placeholder. So you should look at the 2.235 million as a program, and then we'll bring back a report in the new year, or in the spring, or prior to the spring, on how we're going to allocate those funds and to which roads are going to be applied to. So for now, it's just the threshold for that budget program.
Okay. Moving on. Page 37. Councillor Smeaton, did you get your question answered on landfill?
All good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren, Centennial Park Road, landfill cover. Did you get your question answered?
Pretty much. Just want to, pending, we've already gone through this process of using pollinator plants, seeds to cover in Fenelon Falls. I don't think it would be any more expensive, so I don't know. It says pending ministry approval and budget impact, so I'm not sure that it would be anything, a budget impact for just using a different mix of seeds. So, and we've done this before, but I guess we do have to go through the ministry again. But maybe Brian Robinson could maybe speak to that.
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council. Program is being led through the Engineering Corporate Assets Group. I believe the comments there at a high level, because you're right. Any final works that we do at our landfills for final cover needs to be authorized, approved by the ministry through that approval process. I'm not aware of the cost differences between the traditional types of cover versus a pollinator seed mix. So that's, I guess that's the generic comment, is that it can be done pending impact. If there's significant impacts, obviously the director will have to come back and have a conversation with council about those impacts, but I don't know if Director Rojas has more to add or not.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. There's two types of cover, right? There's temporary cover that you have some more leeway, and then once the life of that cell is exhausted, there's a permanent cover. The top dressing, I'm going to call it, the pollinators, is really not the big expense. The big expense is the clay cover to make sure there's no leachate, to make sure the elevations are correct because the landfill has certain elevations in accordance with the EC or the approvals for the ministry. So that's really the big expense. How you top dress it with pollinators or with grass or however you want to top dress that cover, we have options there. But again, the true expense of this is the actual clay liner or cover for that landfill, and then being in accordance with the ECA approvals with the ministry, because it's all regulated. They sign off on it. I don't think we get into those nuances of whether we want pollinators there. It's really a non-issue, right? Like so, and again, yes, you have to go through the ministry, but the ministry's more concerned about leachate going out, about garbage eroding, about drainage, right? They don't get into those finite details of pollination or what type of grass seed to use. That's up to really the cities or the operations discretion.
Thank you. Lindsay Ops landfill electricity generator. Did you get your question answered?
We've talked about the gas tax, so that'll be coming forward. Thank you.
Councillor Smeaton, Eldon Roads Operations Depot parking lot. You're good with that? Councillor Warren, you had Coboconk Roads Operations Depot. You're happy with that answer?
Just wondering where the central one's going. Is it Bob Cajun?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the process right now, again, being led through Engineering Corporate Assets, is to do an environmental assessment to determine the location. I understand that process has started and is currently underway.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, you had a question about Lindsay Fleet Depot additional bays.
Asked and answered. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton, you had a question?
I did, Mr. Mayor, through you. Just real quick, when I saw the answer, this project has been removed from the 2024 capital budget. It just made me wonder, is there anything else that's been removed from the capital budget that we would have known, right? That was just an odd, when I saw that answer, I went, oh, that's kind of strange.
I was going to do this in my preamble to the wrap-up, but you should know that when staff first brought the budget forward way back when, it sat at 16%, okay? A 16% tax increase. Clearly not going to happen. So lots of stuff was taken out, okay? I don't think so, and it'll be identified as we go forward. Ms. Bokaboom, did you want to address that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If council is looking for the list of items that we called the staff refinements, that's Appendix B to CA 2023-005, and that will walk you through the items that have been adjusted in the budget.
Page 39. Councillor Smeaton with the bus shelters, you're fine. And page 39, Deputy Mayor Richardson with Public Works fleet equipment.
Thank you. And I was glad to see city staff thinking this is a consideration moving forward, maybe in the future years. I just think last year with the two significant winter weather events, a power snow blower, back to B plows would be beneficial. So I'm just glad to see that there's some consideration there.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore?
Thank you. And just to further that, Deputy Mayor Richardson bringing this question forward this request, because it's really important, especially after what we witnessed a year ago around Christmas, that when this snow sets for 2 or 3 days, it's your biggest Michigan loader has difficulty trying to clear pathways, and we really need to get back to at least having 1 or 2 large capacity snow blowers, and also look at snow fences. Maybe if I could ask a question through you to Director of Public Works, whether I know it says here staff are not opposed to this addition, but currently have given priority to other programs and needs. But my question would be to Director Robinson, are we seriously looking at snow blowers, and also to add to that, snow fences, which always work and they've always stood the test of time?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Couple of programs that you're talking about there. So currently when we say we give them priority to other programs and needs, if you look at the fleet requests, that's quite significant within this budget book. That's what we're referring to. We need to replace the equipment that is at end of life cycle in order to maintain that current level. Adding this equipment to a budget would add several $100,000, if not more than $500,000 to the current proposed capital plan, which we weren't prepared to do. As noted, there was several other pressures. Looking at options doesn't necessarily mean we have to own this equipment. There are contractors out there that have similar equipment in place. There's farmers out there. So looking at potential partnerships with those groups, contracts in place with first right of refusal, those types of things are going to be explored to look at alternatives to support those high emergency needs moving forward. As far as snow fences is something that we've been considering for years. We're looking at producing that list. The challenge with snow fences is there has to be a cost benefit. Fully recognize that drifting snow across roads impacts drivers, but the cost of leasing the land from farmers, installing, maintaining that fence, there is a cost that's currently not within any of our budgets. So we want to make sure that when we bring a program forward, we're bringing a program forward that's feasible, makes sense, and is justified.
Okay, thanks. And just one quick question to the director. As far as the snow blowers, do we not have tractors with power takeoffs that we could hook onto with a 3-point hitch to a snow blower, just to do a quick clean out? Like, for example, that we had the issues with Post Road and Lilac Road and Heights Road and all the roads that were north-south roads, not just here, but in the northern wards as well. We needed that ability, but we had to rely on the contractors with their power takeoffs, with their tractors, with their snow blowers. Like, do we have one snow blower that can get to a road quickly without having to wait for the contractor, because they're busy too, like they're trying to get caught up? Is there any way we can do it really quickly with our own fleet?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the city currently does not own a large, lane width snow blower. We used to have one many years ago. It fell into a state of disrepair. It wasn't utilized. It was disposed of many, many years ago. Just through age. Again, the decision was to not replace that piece of equipment based on the current demands, needs, and other pressures within the division. Last year, when that massive storm hit, we used our loader equipment and plows to open up. I can say that in many of those roads where the drifts were, they were over the top of the cab of the truck, like at the windshield level. So a blower of that size would be significant. We don't have anything that right now. So we used loader equipment to clear the roads or open up, blast through the roads, and then we used the traditional plow equipment to try to move that material back as best as possible. Again, alternatives are going to be considered into the future, looking at contracted services on an on-call basis, but at this time, there's nothing in the budget proposed to add snowblower equipment to Public Works fleet.
Councillor Yule.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Just for my own curiosity, I'm looking at page 39, And we have a new bus that's financed from the Public Works Fleet Reserve. And I'm wondering why it's not financed from the provincial tax, which has a balance of $870,000 in it. So I'm just wondering why we're not spending our transit dollars on transit in that case.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I guess I can take an initial stab, and I'm not the one that delegates funding, but through the Public Works fleet processes that we have in place, we draw a combined charge through the operating budget. That charge includes the operating costs, so that's repairs, maintenance, fuel, et cetera, and capital. So the capital collection through that process is generally funded through the gas tax and other grants and funding sources that are available. We collect that money, we put it into the fleet reserve, and then we use the fleet reserve to procure the equipment. So in essence, we are using that gas tax money to fund the capital program, but it's coming from the fleet reserve. And if I'm mistaken on that, I'll ask the Director of Corporate Services and the Manager of Corporate Assets to correct me.
Ms. Pokable.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Great answer from Director Robinson. Just to augment on that to the councillor, this is the provincial dedicated gas tax funding the bus, not the federal dedicated gas tax of the balanced, which you referred 854,000. This is strictly coming from that provincial dedicated gas, which is used for transit.
Yeah, and the balance in that is 870,000 in my book.
I believe on tab 20, you would find that that's the federal gas tax.
Transit dedicated gas tax, $870,920. And then underneath the infrastructure dedicated gas tax is $854,758.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the clarification, Councillor. If you just give us one moment to research that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, through you to the councillor. Thank you for pointing that out to us. There is, the end of 2023, 853,149 in provincial dedicated. Pardon me, 1,028,000 in provincial dedicated. You would be well within your right to utilize that for capital funding, specifically for transit operations.
Okay, so that begs, my next question would be, if we took that bus out of the fleet reserve and used the transit reserve to fund it, what would that do to our budget? Would it just free up more reserve money? Would it affect the 3.99%? I'm not sure.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a free up of the fleet reserve would have a direct impact on the operating budget transfer to reserve and would free up 500,000 in, sorry, page 39. The exact number would be a savings to the operating budget impact. We would lower on the operating side of the fleet reserve. We would reduce that transfer to fleet.
I'd like to make that motion if I could.
Yeah, just hang on a sec. So staff are saying that's an appropriate motion to make, and
Just want to clarify one thing. Through you, Mayor, just want to clarify, though, that we don't have committed federal transit-related items in the operating side of the transit operations, because I overheard it was eligible for that. So just making sure that it's not uncommitted versus committed, maybe before.
I'm more than willing to wait for an answer and for after lunch, and we can look at it then.
Just cautioning, Mayor, there may be some commitments otherwise, so maybe we can just make sure
Absolutely.
that there's no other commitments before.
all right, so we'll do it after lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and CAO. That would give us time to research and ensure that that full balance is uncommitted or doesn't have otherwise strings attached to it.
Thank you. Councillor Warren, on page 39, Public Works Fleet Equipment, EV chargers, did you get an answer?
I just want to make sure that we are applying for the 75% dollars for EV chargers. So I just want to make sure that's happening, so we can move forward with electrifying fleet going forward.
CAO will answer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we're pursuing the grant fund that's out there right now. I have got clarification that it applies to chargers for public use, essentially. It needs to have access entirely for public use, but we still will continue to pursue that in order to establish that option in certain locations in the city. It does not address or it does not account for any grants for charging stations for our municipal fleet. But we are reporting at the December 12th council meeting, and we'll capture all of those different issues and how we can move forward on both fronts.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, you had a question on backhoe.
I did, Mayor, and I want to thank very much Councillor Robinson for the detailed information he did provide on. Sorry, Director Robinson. I'm expanding council unilaterally today, it seems. And
Staff aren't necessarily happy about that.
it's the highest compliment one can be paid, Mayor. And so, yes, my question has been answered, given the condition reported of those backhoes and the extra information, everything it seems here, from wiring harness being brittle through, the stabilizer cylinder wearing. So no further questions. Thank you.
You also have a question on buses, cars, SUVs, medium-duty trucks. Did you get those? Do you have anything specific?
As well. I mean, the bus, I think, is 300,000 kilometers on it and is in poor condition, so that's understandable. I do have some questions about the 9 pickup trucks, but I'll defer to Councillor Smeaton as he's beginning that. He's on first for that item.
So we're down to you, Councillor Smeaton, for pickup trucks.
Sure, yeah, no, I feel like it said, they're all in the same state of disrepair. The answer to me was just, the bottom line was that Director Robinson sent a very large attachment to us that explained all of the details with fleet, which was really appreciated. And then there was follow-up from that and follow-up from that. So certainly expecting discussion, on this one. It's 9 pickup trucks and everybody's been asking questions about it. For me, I don't see how you get around. The initial thought for me is, you, as a former hydro worker as well, you pay for fleet. People need things to drive and they need things to do the work. So the question is dissecting it into, how deep is the need? And I think that's where these questions went. People are looking for, it's people who can't eat, and they're looking at trucks and going, do we need this? And we've had discussions, Councillor Perry and I over the phone about this as well. And I feel like I got the answer from Director Robinson that I need. For me, these vehicles are 10 years old. And the staff are needing them. I do encourage discussion, though. I know you want to talk this through, but you have to provide vehicles for people to do services. And people are asking us for improved services all the time, right, as constituents. And we have a director saying, I'm telling you, this is what you need. To me, it's one of those. And I've given this a lot of thought, because I'll be perfectly frank, coming into it, my eyes went right there right away, right? Where can you cut money? Maybe we don't need new stuff. So I'll start there.
I think you also have to look at the source of funding as well. So,
Is it going to affect the tax levy anyway? And that was absolutely.
Exactly. And we have played the game of kicking it down the road, and we end up having to buy more in the next year than we did. And certainly our maintenance folks spend a lot of time, tracking these things and tracking the expenses. So, I think that the explanation covered everything.
But I would like to make sure that there were a lot of people that had a lot to say about this. So now's the time for the public to hear how they feel.
Exactly. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I asked a question to Director Robinson. I appreciate him getting back to me, but I'm going to go back on the same thing again, is that I firmly believe we really need to look at leasing vehicles, because we're letting these vehicles go for 10 years. If you lease, usually it's 3-4 years. Vehicles are such a highly depreciable asset. And, you know, we sell these vehicles at an auction, and whether we make money on them or not, I know the proceeds go to another fund, but can we, with the price of vehicles, they're expensive as everything else is, but especially vehicles, you know, anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000 for a pickup truck, whether it be a half-ton or three-quarter-ton truck, and some of them are even more. Have we really seriously looked at the financing of it, like to help us with our cash flow? If we could maybe look at the leasing aspect of financing this type of equipment.
Well, I think we saw a long email back explaining to you that we do look at it, and if it's less than, if I'm correct, 9 months, then we would lease. But once it gets to the 9-month period and past, it's not worth it. It costs us money. And having been running a fleet and leasing vehicles in my previous life, I know what it costs to lease these things and what the hidden costs are as well. And I think that I personally am satisfied that they do that, but I'll let Director Robinson respond.
Through Mr. Mayor, to the council, appreciate your comments and you're bang on. Want to reassure the councilor and council that we do explore alternatives, and we are still currently actively looking at a more robust leasing program and evaluating that against our current program. That's going to be ongoing. If there's merits to a program of that nature, we'll absolutely bring information back to council for consideration. But yeah, right now it's still that typically around that 9-month mark. If we need a vehicle for a 9-month period, we'll lease that vehicle instead of owning it. If we need a vehicle for a full year, it makes more fiscal sense to own that vehicle for a number of reasons.
Okay, thanks. And just finally, depreciation must be a huge item on our balance sheet. Do we not, or our expenses, do we not, that's a non-cash expense, but is that something that is benefiting us, like when we expense these depreciation expenses? Because with the fleet that we have, we must have a tremendous amount of depreciation expenses that come with purchasing vehicles.
I will defer to the accountants, but my view is that we don't depreciate because we don't pay income tax, so there's no point in depreciating. But perhaps our economist would like to respond.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so it's a bit of a mixed bag. So we are required to track our depreciation, but you are correct, not for tax purposes. It's purely for compliance with public sector accountant board standards. But you're correct. We have no corporate income tax for municipalities.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just a brief question, just to go back to my inquiry about the 3 cars and SUVs. I know that they do get redistributed within the fleet, and thank you for that knowledge as well. Just wondering, I know they're also looked at and evaluated as being in poor condition, and that part of the explanation for the replacement is to help offset the costs of mileage and rentals by city staff. And I'm just wondering, is there a number or a value of that offset? I'd like to ask that question first.
Anybody got that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council, I'm not 100% clear on the question.
Sure. Part of the explanation for the cost of the new cars and SUVs is that it will help save money because of the costs already being incurred with mileage for private use vehicles, I'm assuming, by staff. I'm wondering, has that costing been done to show a comparison with that potential offset in terms of the savings of mileage and rental claims?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So staff that don't need to carry equipment and use vehicles lower use, and I'm one of those. When I use my personal vehicle for high level use, I'll claim mileage related to that. It's far cheaper than having a vehicle dedicated to myself. So if you're asking if there's a calculation or a look at that overall, we don't go to that level of detail. What we do provide is guidance and direction to councillors when they're submitting, sorry, not to councillors, again, I'm doing the opposite of you now, to directors. When directors are approving new requests for vehicles, we encourage them to look at the use, the types of use, the amount of kilometers they're going to be using on those vehicles, and try to ensure that when those vehicles are procured, they meet those general requirements and are fiscally responsible. So, but is there a background calculation on the number of people that are using and booking mileage as opposed to vehicles? No, for the most part, the new vehicle requests that you see in the budget are for operational maintenance and requirements that do carry equipment with them and are required to be provided for that operational use.
Thanks very much, Director Robinson. And just very, very quickly on 2 points. One, I would highly recommend that practice begin. Knowing how much departments are spending on rental cars or mileage claims is a very valuable tool to be able to assess exactly these kinds of situations in terms of how those kinds of expenses can be offset and reduced. My second question is, I know that
Well, wait a minute, we may be already doing that.
I heard from the director that it's not being tracked.
Not by his department, may be tracked elsewhere. Director? Would you have information on rental vehicles and on personal mileage?
Thank you for the query, Mr. Mayor. I believe if we were to look for that information, we would set out on a data management or data measurement endeavor. We could potentially estimate that over the course of the day and provide you an update, but we currently don't have a tracking mechanism to give you with finite science the amount of rentals, but we can look into that and provide you an estimate.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm okay for that. Actually, at this point, I would just narrow my recommendation to the Public Works, where vehicles are so front row center. That really, in my opinion, needs to be captured for decision-making purposes, especially on new acquisitions. My last question, again, with the 9 pickup trucks. I mean, that's a big number, especially in today's costs. And I see that they're in poor condition and that they have been, again, with this great information that Director Robinson supplied, between 200 and some have 200,000 kilometers, some have 355,000 kilometers. I'm wondering if perhaps given the current conditions, we might be able to provide 4 of the 9 or 5 of the 9 this year, looking at inflation and the research that I'd done before. It's predicted to be 3% and then 2.5 in 2025. Again, no sure things, but those are the expert numbers that are being used in financial transactions and markets worldwide. So with that, I was wondering if perhaps Director Robinson, you could speak to a way to stagger in over the next couple of years those 9 pickup trucks rather than having to purchase 9 trucks this year, pickups for Public Works all at once.
Well, you'll probably have to buy 9 plus the 4 you're taking out next year, so you'll be up to 13.
Could. I hear you, Mayor. That's very much a possibility. We're also living in times, though, where perhaps there'll be less cost of living increases for residents next year and the year after, which is predicted in terms of that cost of living bubble breaking. And we save when we can and buy more when people are able. And I just want to put that forward as a question to Director Robinson.
2023 was the year that they were supposed to balance the budget too. So anyway, Director, would you like to answer?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Council and the Councillor. Yes, specifically when we start to look at our fleet requirements, the table that was provided to Council identifies the annual cost of repairs, and you can see some of them are exceeding 12, one of them is nearly $14,000 to repair and maintain a vehicle. And that's just to keep it on the road. It's already, you know, in a state of disrepair. Those are extreme costs. Some of them are closer down to the $4,000, $5,000 range. And again, those maintenance costs include fuel, general maintenance, and so on and so forth. So the recommendation from staff is to replace all 9 vehicles. And I'll flag comments that the mayor made earlier, where a lot of these vehicles are from prior deferrals and, you know, are resulting from not specifically the pickup trucks. The pickup trucks are in cycle, but you can see some of the other pressures within the budget to bring those vehicles forward. So there's no recommendation from staff. If you look at the attachment that was provided to council in that kind of life cycle long-term replacement, you can see after we get through 2026, we're caught up. And this is an ideal situation for council to be in moving forward. Let's get through the year. The pressures are there. They're contained within the fleet reserve. And then as we move forward beyond that, we'll get to a state where there are no external pressures to that reserve, and it can be self-sustained. So I don't have a recommendation to defer equipment at this time, just based on the condition of it, the life cycle replacement needs of it. Again, the stability of that equipment with respect to operational need and breakdowns. When we have breakdowns, staff are forced to regroup and look at other ways to deliver work, cause delays, cause costs. It makes sense to continue the program as presented.
Councillor?
Oh, thanks very much for the information, and I see that and understand that some trucks from before are being, you know, cycled through. That's something that I think these days we would be more inclined to go with, rather than a full placement of trucks at this time, and they can be cycled into next year as well. So I'll make a motion that we approve 5 of the pickup trucks out of the 9 suggested.
So you're removing 4 of the pickup trucks. You understand you're not reducing the budget when you do that?
Correct. The money will stay within the budget. Correct. Will stay within.
Will
the
stay
budget.
within the reserve.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Is there a seconder for Councillor Ashmore? Did you wish to speak to it, Councillor Perry, or have you?
I think I've spoken to it enough. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a bunch of other people here to speak, but we have a motion on the floor. Director Bokaboom, did you wish to weigh in before council deliberated this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just seeking clarity in the resolution that your intent is to maintain the amount in the fleet reserve and not reduce it, if you could capture that in the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Warren, did you want to speak to it?
I guess it is kind of speaking to it. I have a question to the director. With our older rolling stock, do we put it up for auction?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes. So when we retire equipment, in accordance with our disposition council policy on fleet and the management directive that supports that, we roll all that equipment to a fleet, and any revenues earned from that process flow back to the fleet reserve.
Anybody else wish to speak to the motion? I know you want to talk about other equipment, but nobody? I'll speak against the motion. I think that the fleet folks and Public Works look long and hard before they bring forward a recommendation to replace a truck. And as we say, we're playing catch up from previous years, and we have to look forward to 2026 when we will be fully caught up. So I can't support the motion on the floor. Do you want to sum up, Councillor Perry?
Certainly. There just seem to be between a 200,000 and a 350,000 kilometer space of trucks that have already been cycled in and through. And to me, there's nothing wrong with being precise and carrying over and continuing that pattern. And I we'll leave it to my councillors to vote on.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion? And that fails. Councillor Joyce, you wish to speak to equipment in Public Works?
Yes, I have a question for Director Robinson. On page 242 is Roads Operation Division budget. There are large buckets. I don't know if you have this number in your head, but how much is maintenance for your vehicle, fleet vehicle, budgeted for 2024?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I can pull that number out. Are you looking for all fleet in general, maintenance of?
All fleet in general, maintenance budgeted for 2024. We have large buckets, operating materials and supplies.
You're now in the operating budget, eh?
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Can we leave that till next week?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. There were a number of lights on before for people who wanted to speak. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment about leasing. I was involved with leasing vehicles. Got to be very, very careful because you only have mileage. When it goes back and you're over mileage, you pay a penalty. If it's damaged, you pay a penalty. And I don't think, I think when you do your investigation, you'll find out that it's not feasible to lease. That's just a comment.
Thank you. We have vans. Councillor Perry and Councillor Warren had questions. Did you get your questions answered?
Thank you, Mayor. My question would simply be the size of the bylaw fleet at present in terms of using existing resources to incorporate their needs and additional officers moving forward. My question was, what's the current fleet capacity for or allocation for the bylaw department?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the request for the van is for the expanded programming that's occurring in the department overall, onboarding new staff. The vans are somewhat specialized as well, so there is a need. It's hard to repurpose vehicles in the current fleet. And so I understand that this one in particular is that support for the short-term rental expansion, as well as a general officer that's coming online to support overall programming and enforcement.
Great, thank you very much. That was the answer I was provided. I'm just wondering what the actual allocation is in number of vehicles currently used by or allocated for by the bylaw department.
Through the mayor, I'll have to do the number count unless we'll look it up and we'll give you an update on the actual number.
Thanks very much.
Councillor Warren.
And that was my question also, so I look forward to hearing the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to page 40. Councillor Perry, you had a question about the wheel alignment machine. Did you get a satisfactory answer?
Asked and answered. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Page 41. Councillor Smeaton and Councillor Perry both had, and Councillor Joyce and Councillor McDonald all had questions on remote work arrangements. So we'll start with Councillor Smeaton.
It's always starting with me.
Was your question answered?
No, yes and no. So I do have a question still. The question was answered for sure, and it was the answer. This, for me, my question wasn't really about the concept of Empower, and the answer I think was more or less sort of a qualitative versus, this is what you get when you have programs like this. My question is really at this time where we're really trying to cut numbers, a $400,000 investment in home infrastructure, when one of the bonuses of Empower, if you will, and one of the reasons it's there and is, as CAO Taylor said, it's qualitative, is inherent to the fact that you can work from home. So my question was very simple, and that was that could $300,000 provide the same or a valuable infrastructural need for these home improvements instead of 4. It was literally nickel and diming for the sake of the public want us to nickel and dime right now anywhere we can that would affect the tax levy. So this one to me just seemed a little bit odd that the constant ideology of Empower is that it saves money in many ways, but we're needing now $500,000 of infrastructure to keep these people at home. So my question was very simply, would there be a massive cost savings if people didn't work from home? In other words, and I'm not suggesting that happen, could $300,000 instead of $400,000 be providing a comparable service? So I was literally asking the number question. It just seems like a lot of money to have people work from home.
Director Bokaboom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor and CAO Teller for follow-up as needed. The $400,000 is beyond laptops or equipment for people working from home or staff from home. It is also to expand on the modernization initiatives involved in IT. So for instance, we have public worker staff, community services staff out attempting to work in the field without technology to come back to an office, upload that information, get it into the main database. So the program is a bit twofold, actually threefold. One is the regular maintenance of our operating equipment, the life cycle maintenance as we would do in any year to upgrade laptops at the end of their extended useful life. It is to continue with the enhancement of laptops for staff, but additionally, the major component of this is to move us into the modernization and how we do the work, so that our remote workers out in the field have the capability and tools to perform their work, if that helps answer the question.
It helps for sure, with the exception that only 2 of the 3 that were just mentioned there are listed as rationale, and that had I had that third one, then that's a different conversation. So it says here that it's for continued expansion of remote work for at-home users and users in remote locations. It doesn't say that it's for the third that was mentioned. So that's why my question was my question, actually. And it's an important differential because that third is quite expensive. So it actually, now I'm starting to really think that I'd like a pricing perhaps on what that third component just mentioned by Director Bokaboom is. Because if it's $100,000 for just maintenance, then this says it was 2 of the 3, that's all. Does that make sense what I'm saying? It's not to be contrary.
That's why we go over these questions and fine tune them so you get the information you need.
Thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I certainly understand the importance of employee retention and quality of life and being in a competitive market. So being in that competitive market, is it safe to assume neighboring municipalities are also allowing their employees to work from home?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, and again, perhaps CAO Taylor can help expand on this. I can say my most recent experience at Richmond Hill, I was required in the office 1 day a week. I can tell you that the province of Ontario has asked staff to return 2 to 3 days per week and a hybrid workforce as well. In terms of other local municipalities, I might defer to our CAO, but I believe this is now the norm, that people are working remote in those cases where they have a back office job, if you will.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely correct. I mean, this is an ongoing, expanding program. I want to almost jump back, though, in terms of what this covers overall. When we talk about remote work arrangements, certainly it means remote office work by employees typically, but it also means remote work, meaning in the field. It could be any general operations staff just out in the field working out of vehicles. It also could be you and the public in the reverse, and having that sort of base equipment like what you're seeing in the council chambers in order to allow for remote participation. So this really catches a significant investment overall. And the only other thing I'll suggest is it really isn't a new expenditure in the IT area. We've constantly upgraded individual computers, workstations, network connections. We're cycling it through that process when the life cycle ends, and recognizing that we're also expanding out to new functionality, if you will. and that's why it's covered under remote work. But I would suggest that it's actually a standard investment overall in our hardware and technology to do the work.
I think I'm with Councillor Smeaton. I'm okay with this expenditure, but a little more detail would have been better in terms of how much is being spent for workers out in the field who need this technology, which I completely agree with, versus and workers working from home. That type of fine-tuning would be very interesting to look at. Thank you.
Cool. Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much. And perhaps just building on Councillor Smeaton and Councillor Joyce's comments around precision, and I've asked for this before, a lot of working from home arrangements are beneficial because they save money in the end in terms of how we look to reconsider rented square footage in physical space. With the piece of this, and I realize now it's simply a piece, but has the piece of this that has gone toward, that it will be going towards working from home arrangements, has there been a costing of the offset or an update on the initiative of how we are to save money then correspondingly by reduced physical office space and square footage?
I think I remember a figure that we've reduced our office space rentals by 7%, which I'm not sure. I think it's a significant number given the amount of space we have, but perhaps the director or our economist can weigh in on that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are endeavoring to collect this information through the building and property, hydro, all those sorts of reduced footprint for this initiative. At the same time, with increased costs on several of our general utilities, it's a fine balance. Our water and wastewater alone is set to go up 3%, hydro utilities, et cetera. But if I could defer to Director Shanks and or CAO Taylor to further expand on the ability and the report back on that mechanism.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. So it's an ongoing process. We're currently right now moving through the next phase of the AWA program, the alternate work arrangement. And again, I know the discussion is going on and we're talking about work from home. This is really about AWA. So it's that alternate work arrangement where we're trying to find locations for staff to work out of, where we can lessen our footprint as it relates to other staff joining the organization, the corporation. So we've done some AWA reviews at a number of facilities. Some facilities have been deemed surplus and allowed us to go through a disposition process for them. We are continuing to look at that process. And for the most part, those are facilities where we might rent or have rented in the past, and we can now accommodate for staff within existing city-owned facilities or existing facilities that have longer lease arrangements where we're sort of tied to them for a period of time. But the next phase, we are currently looking at 4 facilities right now where we know AWAs exist, where office spaces then can be shared when people are on AWAs, and therefore they don't need an inclusive office space, which does lessen our footprint or provide more work arrangements within an office space or in another part of the city from what they would typically work for that. So there's no specific answer at this time from a pure costing perspective, other than just to say that it is an ongoing process that we continue to review in relation with all the various departments that are impacted.
Councillor Perry?
And thank you for that. And costing is part of the priority moving forward, correct? In terms of the savings side of work from home, I know, Mayor, you had just mentioned 7%, but is there will be ongoing efforts as part of that work, thank you, Director Shanks, to capture the amounts of the offset costs, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes, that would be correct. And again, we do have records of where savings have existed because we've moved out of existing facilities. Again, lease spaces. They weren't directly as a result of AWAs, but they did come into play. 12 Peel Street, a very good example of that lease and the ability to get out of that lease.
And then I just want to, of course, ensure that the relationships aren't spurious, that each link of work from home or savings is actually linked to a work from home initiative, and not simply moving real estate, those kinds of things, that the links are certainly there. Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO, just could you elaborate a little bit more on new functionality when it comes to working from home? And then I have a comment.
Sure. So through you, Mr. Mayor, so my previous comment that it's not just focusing on standard work sort of in front of a laptop, that we're looking at expanding our functionality. So for example, having staff be able to work remotely in the field in real time, so that instead of, we cut a tree down, we're going to go and then update the inventory later. You could do it right in the field based on the technology, and update our systems that are receiving and tracking that. So those broader systems need to keep pace with the actual sort of communicating pieces as well.
And that's what I was talking about. I wondered if you had a little bit more information on that, because you intimated there would be changes. Let's say if council was working from home through a council meeting, to be more interactive. I just wanted a little bit more information, if you could.
Sure. So again, through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, it's using the technology maybe to its fullest. So, I mean, if you're using your example, where obviously we've got a system where people can participate remotely. We want to make sure that we're leveraging and providing all of the different tools for you and or council to fully operate. So that might mean sharing of documents, in a meeting, for example. Again, it might mean not so much from council's perspective, but for staff, we're updating our systems otherwise in real time. You can make payments externally and on the spot, for example. So all of these different things, we're really trying to maximize leveraging, so we maximize functionality.
Thank you for that. And just wanted to say it also lowers greenhouse gas emissions with people not actually driving into a building or whatever. Also, yes, we also lower our use of water and electricity, so which aids in lowering GHGs. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you. And just to piggyback on Councillor Perry there and the rest of the councillors, that one of my questions was, like, how many employees do we really have working at home is one question. And then the other one was, are those offices empty now? I'm sure that somebody just mentioned there that we've reduced that. And then somebody said 7%. 7% of what? What's the dollar amount? Are we talking 7%? Is it 100,000 or is it 500,000? 7% sounds like a good number, but we don't know the actually dollar value of that. And in the future, it would be nice to know the performance levels of people working at home and the advantages and the disadvantages of people working from home. Those are the type of things that I think we all need to have to make a decision on, and is this the right way to go or not? And when you order 64 more laptops and they are at home, that means that those ones don't get used by other people too. So whereas they have them at their house, if it was in an office, anybody could go in and use them. So I know there's a few questions there, but if you can answer a couple, and maybe in the future, maybe we can see that.
Well, I brought up the 7%, and if you recall, Mr. Peterson, before he retired, gave us a report on remote work, and it was his figure, and it was 7% of all the space that we occupied. So I don't have the gross number. I think that smarter people than me may have the answers to your question, but yep.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I won't claim to be smarter, but I'll try to answer the questions. And certainly, again, we're only just over a year into this formal program. So we're actually coming to a full year completion. I'll go back to some previous comments. We will be auditing sort of what is the net impact to this. This is not a decision that overnight there's a program of many staff solely working from home. In fact, the average sort of employee works a couple of days a week out of the office that are able to. And maybe I should back up even one step further. We have over 1,200 total staff. There's not more than a third that would be eligible for true work from home arrangements. So your conventional office. So again, it was mentioned through a few other responses. As we are signing on to these agreements and we are monitoring performance consistently through those arrangements, we're using or we're transitioning this based on existing investments. So if you count the number of employees, just for example, we would have to buy them some sort of computer workstation. And we do that on a refresh based on the life cycle. What we're doing is replacing them with laptops so we have better functionality in those same cycles. So we're not leaping forward. We're taking our existing investment and just doing it differently so that it has better functionality and the ability to work remote. But again, as I said, many of our employees don't work. In fact, a vast majority don't work entirely from home. So they need a touchdown point here at the city. So some of them are permanent fixed workstations. Others are shared stations so that when we can schedule properly, they can touch down with that equipment for a couple of days, also work remotely for a couple of days. What we're trying to monitor in the meantime is what is the net impact? And obviously it's going to take time to understand that. The initial assessment was approximately 7% of space needs is reduced. We are also concurrently trying to look at how do we get out of expensive space, inefficient space. So that's kind of the next level. And we're starting to already see staff move around the organization. Departments, divisions, for example, have been located in City Hall. And we're continuing to look at our other footprints and spaces. The ultimate goal would be to get out of leased space, so maximize what we own and improve it. But again, that's going to take some time. So we are entering into another year cycle for those AWAs. There are a few hundred of those that employees would enter into and have the ability to do that. But again, the vast majority can't. So the last thing I'll just say is part of this, the next phase is to look at that sort of middle group of staff that don't have a fixed location, but are working sort of in the field, if you will. And that's where we're now focusing the next phase of remote work. How do we equip them properly? How do we inform our systems? How do we make sure that there's conveniences and comforts when you're out remotely for 8 hours of a workday, etc. So again, we are still planning on updating annually and monitoring and auditing what the costs are. I would suggest there's a lot of cost avoidance as well. But again, we'll provide that in our sort of follow-ups when we review the program.
Okay, thank you. And is it safe to say, though, that there's nobody working from home 100% of the time? They are coming into work at least 1 or 2 days a week, or can I say that? Or is there employees out there that actually work 100% of the time at home that don't come in?
Through the mayor, we would have a handful of staff that we've permitted to work entirely remote. But again, I would stress it's a handful. They do check in. There's other means to manage performance than just coming into the office.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you. I think all the questions I was just going to ask about reevaluating how we move forward with our space commitments and the modernization. I know that coming out of the pandemic, we really had to change quickly. And like you said, we've only been doing this for a year, so we are going to have some more changes. And also, we also have to take in consideration when we're out there looking for workforce, sometimes that is an attraction and a retention that we do have to offer moving forward as well. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you. It's actually a comment I was going to make. We talk about employee retention and attraction, and the ability to work remotely certainly ticks a box for a lot of people. Councillor Smeaton.
I'm glad we had this conversation. As a statement, this was really helpful to me on a host of levels. This was good. It's a fair a lot of these questions are fair questions. My only last question is a confusion one. So I fully get the 400,000, I get everything said. But if only a handful are working completely at home, and the word vast majority came up a lot about people that are coming in a couple days a week perhaps, and then working from home a couple, that kind of thing, I don't see how that affects the lease spaces. If they're coming in 2 days a week to a building, to an office at City Hall, that office space is, whether they're in there 2 days a week or whether they're in North Bay 2 days a week, that space is still being
But
leased.
they're coming at different times, so they share the
So
space.
that's my question. So they're sharing that office space, and that's an important thing for the public to realize, and that's something I didn't realize. So thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Yeah, and I was just wondering, on that, would they be carrying with them their laptop or iPad or whatever, so they're not actually having to use information technology here? It would go with them?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so wherever they work, they're assigned a computer. If that's what they need to do their work, they would take it with them. It would be used remotely, and it would be used as a touchdown when they needed to be here and in the office. And maybe just to clarify on the other side, because our program is much more formalized now post-pandemic, we consider the policy sort of says if you work 3 or more days remotely, you won't be assigned a permanent fixed space individually in a space in the city. So the majority of your work is remote. Then when you do come in, you have to share a space. And so back to Councillor Smeaton's point, and I think it's important, we're very rapidly expanding those shared workspaces. And what we're finding is footprints of individual departments are compressing or shrinking by probably about 50% when you really look at sort of the pre-footprint and to what is there now. So again, it's a combination of things. There is some savings. It won't be until we really do it en masse and permanently that you'll then see it in spaces remotely and getting out of some of those on a permanent.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just wanted to emphasize one thing. I'm absolutely not against remote work arrangements. I really see the value in recruitment and retention. I just want to make sure we're getting the value spent on this. So what I'd like to see, of the $400,000, how much is being spent on employees not working on the field remotely, but working at home remotely? And the reason I ask that, and then break it down per employee, I did some quick research here, for example, that corporations will save roughly $15,000 per employee by allowing remote work arrangements. That's wonderful. But if we're spending $20,000 per year, then we're losing on that. If you follow where I'm going with this, are we getting a good return on investment on our spend?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, perhaps some clarity. When we're talking about the regular life cycle replacement of a laptop, that's this piece of equipment in front of me. You have me 24/7 at home on this or in the office. This is equipment we would be upgrading and replacing on a standard regular basis regardless, just based on our life cycle replacement. All we're doing with the AWA is moving more staff to this type of equipment from the former, I have to be plugged in my office at my desk equipment. So there's not an additional cost per se to AWA equipment. This is the modernization that all staff would be going to. So that aside is slightly separate, and I apologize for the wording in my answer. Digital modernization initiative is more than AWA. It's the worker in the field. It's the ability for the public to interact with the fire permit through CityWorks and be able to interact and pay online. So the modernization initiatives are the global majority component of this 400,000. The rest of the laptops are just regular life cycle replacement. We're replacing old antiquated equipment with these new modern laptops that allow us the ability to carry this from home to work and be seamless. Does that help?
Thank you. Moving on. Page 43, Counselor Joyce, did you get your question answered on tanker trucks?
I have a question, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I have a question for CEO Taylor. What's our roughly housing stock for the region, City of Kawartha Lakes? How many homes, do you happen to have that in your hip pocket? Do we have? Does anybody know that question?
It's right through the mayor. It'd be in the low 30,000s. I don't have an exact number, but typically it's about 32 to 33,000.
Okay, so
households.
30,000 equates to our residents saving, I'm going to say 1,000, just rough numbers, $1,000 a year. Trying to do some quick math here. Anyways, where I'm going with this is I think it's important for our constituents to know that when we have to replace a perfectly good fire truck for $1 million at 20 years that has low mileage to maintain our accreditation, that they are saving 10 to 12 to 15% on their home insurance. So I was trying to do some quick math on how much, all added up, how much home insurance across the board our constituents save versus us spending on new tanker trucks and fire trucks.
Yeah, I think it's a great point that it's something that they do get, and I mean, it's not our rules that we have to replace the tanker trucks. This is insurance companies who are saying, you replace them or we don't cover them. And it's, I think it's really silly because some of those fire trucks, could go for years and years, but can't do it. Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. We've done it in the past, and so sorry I'm going to go on about fire trucks again, but it's just an old habit of mine. We've done it in the past. We've gone for an extension to extend the life of a fire truck to 30 years. Now, whether that's changed or not, we did it 2 fire chiefs ago. The cost of the fire truck, since I've been here, has gone up, 280% roughly. And inflation anywhere in this world has not gone up that much. I don't care where we have to buy it from the States, we have to do this or that. It's $200. It used to buy a fire truck for $300,000. It's $1.2 million. It's unacceptable. So we got to look at extending the life of these things to 25, 30 years. I just can't stomach spending $1.2 million on replace a perfectly good vehicle. That the hardest part of its day, hopefully, is getting washed. And honest to God, I hope these trucks never go out. Because when they do, it's not usually good news. But they're low kilometers, they're kept in good shape, and it's killing us. It's absolutely killing us. It's up to it was cheaper to build the friggin' fire hall than to buy one truck to put in it. Like, something's got to give. And so after this budget is passed, because it's kind of late in the game to cancel a truck, then I'm going to be looking, and I'll lobby other councillors for support for an investigation into the fire truck industry if I have to, because it's unacceptable what's going on.
Did you want the chief to comment on this? Or?
And I would, but I know his answer. He gave me the answer last time when I asked us to look into getting us deemed as a downtrodden municipality so we could use the 20-year-old truck, because apparently you have to be downtrodden in northern municipality to use a truck past 20 years. And I got laughed at, but no, something's got to give, so maybe that's a step too. But no, I don't.
We could show them the Norland Fire Station.
Yeah, I don't want the stock answer, and I don't want the stock answer anymore. I'm going to be asking for an investigation of some sort, whether we have to go to the upper levels of government, to the Better Business Bureau to look at the insurance companies, or whether we have to go to Carl Thibault himself and say, what the hell's going on? But I'm not going to do this next year. It's going to be a different story, because I'm not going to accept this. And there's your 12-month warning. Thank you.
I said we could use the picture of the Norland Fire Hall as downtrodden.
We're spending a third of a truck there to fix it up. So
yeah, I know. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess a question to our fire chief. These fairly new fire trucks, I assume, will go on to auction. Just wondering how much you would think that we would get for auctioning off one of those fire trucks?
Chief?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, probably everybody in the province is in the same spot. So, though we'll send them to auction after the 20 years, ideally, they're not interested in buying them either because they're in the same boat that we are. A 20-year truck has no value to them if they're under the water tank certification under FUS, because they can't run the trucks anyways. So, we had would they bring a lot of money? Not. Now, just a small point though, we talk about low mileage, but we move trucks, that brand new truck doesn't sit in Kinmouth that runs 15 calls a year, right? Our trucks are, when we get a new one, it'll usually come to Lindsay, just the fact for the mileage that we put on it compared to some of the remote hauls. So, like I said, they're transferred around. Yes, are some of them? Yeah, I agree. I've had this conversation numerous times, and unfortunately, the 20-year rule is the 20-year rule. We do keep some trucks as trainers if they're in great shape, and we not just get rid of them all. We keep a couple for spare also, which is allowed. But yeah, can I give you an actual number? We had an older tanker from Kobe, I think I got $7,000 for it. But in all honesty, that truck was garbage anyways. But so, have no real specific answer for you.
Councillor Ashmore?
Yeah, just a comment, like when I see Safe Lane doing their training and Lindsay, I know those trucks are well over 20 years old, and if they're able to do training in a 20-year-old truck, it kind of baffles my mind, like why we have to turn over every less than 20 years. But anyways, yeah, I agree that the industry, it's quite a racket.
Thank you. We'll move on to page 44. Councillor Joyce, did you get an answer on your paramedic fleet and equipment?
Yes, I did. I guess I'd just say that the province is fully funding it, so it's not an issue. But if we were funding it, I'd still have an issue with it. So, question answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson, you okay? And Councillor Perry, you had a question on cell phones.
Asked and answered. Thank you, Mayor. They've been reduced to half. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to page 46. And conducted energy weapons, Councillor Joyce. I think that's for...
no, I'm not satisfied with the answer.
Thank you. So what would you like to do?
I'd like an answer to the question. And I'll elaborate. My question is, why are conducted energy weapons have to be replaced when there's no scientific data behind it? The manufacturer deems it a 5-year warranty, so police forces just replace them.
Okay, I think I'll let...
And the manufacturer has a vested interest in having them replaced, so they just slap a 5-year warranty on it. I did some research on this. I cannot find any scientific data on how long a conducted energy weapon actually will last.
I think the police service budget is handled differently than our budget. I don't know, CAO, do you have information on that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so the response was more generic in terms of the Q&A, which is essentially saying their budget is done separate and distinct from the sort of base budgets. The board approves it, the police service board, and it's brought forward sort of in a macro number. You heard a presentation from the chief and the police service board previously. I would recommend it would be, for conversation at least, at the operating budget stage. That's when you're approving that overall budget. And maybe in the meantime, we could try to at least get a response to the question sort of through the chief and potentially to the board or staff at the police service.
Ultimately, we're paying for it, so I think it's only fair that I get an answer to the question. Thank you.
We'll get you an answer. Councillor Smeaton, going to page 47. We have Coronation Hall envelope. You're good? Thank you. We also have Councillor Perry, City Hall flooring. Are you happy with your answer?
I am. I see that it's for accessibility for Ontarians with disabilities, so asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Page 49, Park Site Works and Facilities. Councillor Smeaton, you good with the answer? Thank you. Memorial Park roadways. Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This was simply a question of a larger budget expense and if it could be put over time. But I'm largely deferential to the ward councillor in that area, of course, being that it's Memorial Park. And just wondering if there was any input from the ward councillor to that possible suggestion or option.
Yeah, thank you for that. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we'll have discussions with that. It is possible that it can be put over. Just a caution to everyone, every time we defer things, this costs us more and more all the time. So the only caution I have is if we defer, then we defer, maybe take an extra cost next year and so on. But is the roadway needed? It is recommended by the Parks Board. Could we do without it? Absolutely, probably could. So that'll be in our decision unit going forward to see if we want to defer and cost more money in the future.
Director, would you like to comment on Memorial Park roadways?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, and thank you. Yeah, I know that we gave a fairly in-depth response to the question. It is absolutely required from a staff perspective. As you can see in the answer, this item has been requested since 2021. I believe at that point, I can't recall exactly, but the budget that was requested at that time that would have covered it was $750,000 to $775,000. So as one of the councillors has mentioned, every year it gets deferred, the cost will go up. It is a roadway that's been in place since the 70s. It is a very low-lying park, so it is badly deteriorated. It is a park that the previous council highlighted as an investment need for the park. That's why we did the washrooms last year. So as a result of that, the main entrance is even worse deterioration for it. But again, with the addition of the disc golf and the pickleball use, it's a heavily used park. It's probably in the top 5 of all city parks from a standpoint of use across the city. When you look at the full amenities that are there, there's 4 picnic shelters, there's the 2 tennis courts, the pickleball courts, the ball diamond, a major playground, the heritage aspect of the trains, and then the disc golf as well. And then the Kawartha Trans-Canada Trail accesses the way through that park as well. So it's an extremely used park, is a priority. I understand the discussion. So we certainly would not be in support of removing it from a future budget. It would be a deferral to a future year. And again, because we've done it a number of years, we would recommend against it, and it would be an increased cost for whatever year comes forward.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, did you have anything?
I defer to the ward councillor. Just a note around increased costs. I think we need to make sure that when we say increased costs next year or the year after, that we do so with a figure in mind. Increased costs shouldn't be a justification or a reason not to do something or put it over when perhaps the economy is better, full stop. I think we need to have a number in mind, and 2.5%, inflation potentially 3%, those kinds of things. I just want to make sure that we're all considering that it isn't necessarily double or we'll be paying thousands of dollars more potentially. But I think that we need to make sure that it's incumbent upon us that when we're thinking of increased costs for the year, next year, the year after, that we're keeping numbers in mind and not simply using a catch-all as or shortcut rather as a reason. Thank you.
Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, and through you, and a question to I guess Director Shanks. Given their parks and their green areas and stuff, there's been a push over the past few years to make these surfaces not hard surfaces, so they absorb water and the like, and by paving, we're actually creating more runoff and stuff. So what kind of, is there any comments on the pitfalls of turning this back into a gravel laneway, widening it and all, doing all that stuff, but making it I forget the name for it, not impervious, but permeable, maybe that's it, yeah. Surface. Just your thoughts on that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, it's certainly a more than fair question. I know that staff have reviewed this site, and the recommendation is to repave it because the current situation of the fact that it's now gravel and has been regrinded a number of times creates a significant number of maintenance issues. I'm not sure how many people have visited, certainly the back end of that park as you're trying to get to shelter number 4. Again, because it's long, there is a significant number of potholes that requires significant maintenance. So from a pure staff perspective right now, the recommendation would be to pave it. But certainly it is something that staff review from a standpoint of what is the best method for resurfacing. And the suggestion on this one is a repaving. I don't have the specifics to what the cost would be if it were to be a different method. All I can say is that staff have reviewed it and they believe that a repaving is the best method, the best approach forward.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to Naoral Park roadways and parking lot. Councillor Smeaton.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my question was answered. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank Director Shanks and assure the public that when we put our thumbs up, when you say, did you get your question answered, it often represents hours of conversations that these people have given us. We're not just saying, yep, I'm good. Director Shanks gave me a lot of time on this budget, and this area is appreciated by many, many kids, families. They fish, they boat, and it needs to be done. So I just wanted to thank him for his time.
Thank you. Moving on, Councillor Warren, Bob Cajun, Arena.
It's been answered. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton, Bob Cajun, Arena, roof. Good. Councillor Berry, Fenland Falls Arena Hall flooring.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This is a $200,000 expense to essentially repair the community floor room at the Fenland Falls Arena. That's a big expense, especially at this time. I note that the answer received talked about some rolled floor and some seams, and especially the use for pickleball that we've seen an uptake in over the past few years. In speaking with the pickleball president, doing my homework here, they're more than willing and expect to be putting in the ball lines themselves moving forward. And I'm just wondering from almost did it again, from Director Shanks, if rather than a full replacement cost these days, if there would be a maintenance figure in mind or costed, because again, coming from the president of the Pickleball Association, he's more than fine with the quality of the floor. For example, I've walked it. It seems in decent, fine shape to me. It's a difficult number to justify, 200,000. And I'd like to know if we can do those repairs for a lot less. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, certainly respect the question. I can tell you that we have maintained that floor, done some repairs to it numerous times, and the supplier is saying that no more repair will be sufficient. And unless you truly do a close look and investigation at the seams, like they are coming up and starting to fold, there's significant trip hazards there. And from a liability standpoint, if we are going to allow for the use of a particular event and activity to take place in that hall, it's certainly in our best interest to make sure that we're not going to have any potential for trips and falls or incidents to take place. So we do maintenance, and again, it's recommended at this time that it's a full replacement that's required, and that's the cost that of what a rolled floor would be. So the quick answer to the question is yes, those things are taken into account, and we have done some maintenance and repair to that floor over the past, since it's been open, so 13 years roughly.
You fine with that?
Actually, I understand what's being said. I'd prefer that the expense be taken out and maintenance continued on this budget, and it is indeed in Ward 3. So that is what I would put on the table as a motion.
Is there a seconder to removing the flooring from Finland Falls Community Center? Councillor Warren, did you wish to speak to it anymore? Or?
No, I think I've spoken. Thank you.
Okay. The motion is to remove the flooring, not remove the flooring from the Fenelon Falls Community Center, to remove
Let's not
the
get carried away there.
funding
Whoa.
to replace the flooring in the Fenelon Falls Community Center. All in favor? And that fails. Moving on, we have Councillor Perry, Kinmount Community Center, various facility components. Did you get an answer?
Asked and answered. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And then you had Lindsay Recreation Complex, HVAC system.
Asked and answered, as has the Omimi Arena Chiller.
Thank you. We'll go to page 53. Councillor Smeaton, you had a question on Parks and Recreation equipment. Did you get an answer? That's fine. You also had a question on fencing and gates.
Yep, I had my answer. I would just point out that Director Shanks mentioned, staff would recommend an increase if anything, and if we saw that next year, I don't think that, I certainly would support that. These, I've had a tour recently of the cemeteries. We have a lot of seniors, and this is really important and can often be, overlooked. So just a quick comment there that it's not a big budget for some work that is really important.
Thank you. We have nothing for page 55. So we'll move to page 56. And that's Francis Street, Coburn Street to River Drive is in Ward 3. Councillor Smeaton, your question was, where was it? So, and Deputy Mayor Richardson, you had Cowans Bay Bridge.
Thank you. Yes, the question is answered. This past year, I was trying to track down information for a bridge job that was being done in my ward, and I just want to look for some heads up when things are going to take place for both Councillor Ashmore and myself, because it does affect both our wards. Thank you.
Thank you. And you also had a question on the Coburn Street Bridge. Are you happy with that? Thank you. And boys and girls, it's time for lunch. Lunch is in the purchasing boardroom. What do you want to take half an hour and come back at 1:45 to try and get through things this afternoon? Does that work? Okay. So we'll break till 12:45. Okay. Thank you. We'll call the meeting back to order. So before we move into the afternoon, we got a couple of things to clean up from this morning. Director Bokaboom, did you want to give us an update on where we stand? And perhaps if there are any outstanding questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. We currently are at the 3.9%. There was a minor amount of the 7,000 savings to the fleet reserve, but I would recommend we just leave that intact in the fleet transfer. Therefore, we're still at 3.1%. We have an outstanding question on the federal dedicated gas tax. Councillor, to answer your query, it appears the calculation is internal. That calculation of greenhouse gas no longer appears to be tied to the grant funding. It was an internal practice by previous council to allocate the full federal dedicated gas tax to the roads program, and this budget continues to do that. With that being said, there is an amount remaining in that dedicated gas tax reserve of approximately $850,000 that could be utilized by council at your wish. The other query was on the provincial dedicated gas tax, and I'm just in conversation with Director Robinson confirming that the amount remaining in the provincial dedicated gas tax, a portion of that is committed for the future fleet depot expansion on City Road 4. So it's been removed, deferred from this year's capital budget at the 11th hour. And if we were to defer that to 2025, a portion of that dedicated gas tax provincial dollars would be contributing to that capital fund. That being said, at this point, it's not technically earmarked, it's in a deferral. Council's wish what you would like to do with the provincial dedicated gas tax. I would strongly recommend, together with our asset management team and Director Robinson, we protect some of that for that future expansion of the fleet depot on County Road 4.
That's separate and distinct from the $850,000.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. It was Councillor Yeo who identified in tab 20 of our budget book that there is a projected 800 and, pardon me, I'll put my fingers right on the number. The transit dedicated amount projected to the end of 2024 after receiving the 2024 provincial dedicated gas and allocating it in the operating fund, $870,920 remains. And if I could pause for a moment and ask Dr. Found to answer the query on how much of that was slated for the fleet depot expansion in this year's budget before we deferred it.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the Lindsay Fleet Depot expansion, as I understand it, is to expand that depot just generally. I don't believe it's strictly for transit, and that's why it was 100% DC financed in the budget. So I think I would suggest that if there's been a slight change in the scope of that project, then we would have to revisit that with the Director of Public Works and make sure that we do finance it appropriately when it does come back to council for 2025.
At the risk of appearing dull, the $870,920, is that available to council to use on decision units or not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and by all means, you do not appear dull. The $870,000 at this point in time, provincial gas tax, is uncommitted and on the floor as council chooses. We would recommend in the future, when we come forward with our reserve strategy, that we always expend provincial or federal grants firstly in the order of operation of financing our capital budget. So we will bring that forward and solidify that. All I was saying is of the 870, if Director Robinson were to quantify with asset management, the fleet depot expansion is partially for transit, and you may determine that an amount of that is to be protected for that expansion in '25.
Do we have a figure on that?
Not at this point in time. The project was deferred for several reasons. The need just didn't arise at this point in time in '24. And again, whether you wanted to pick a number and say keep half of it for 2025, I'll defer to Director Robinson in a moment. On top of that, the remainder of the $500,000 in the OSIF gravel roads program is also on the table for council's use in, if they so choose, for decision units or to augment the 2024 capital program.
Director, did you have anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council. And just to supplement, the project that was in the budget that was removed was deferred because the design is still underway. So we don't have full cost estimates and know what those percentages or allocations are going to be with respect to the funding sources. So again, we'll work with the manager of capital assets related to that once we have more information on the project for future budgets.
So if we were to leave 270,000 in there, would be a leg up. And then in the OSIF, if we left 100,000, that would give $1 million that council could allocate either to reducing the budget or to funding some of the decision units. Is that correct? Am I on solid footing there?
I would support the mayor's recommendation on that, confirmed.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Found?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I would concur, and I would further add, if this provincial gas tax funding were used for the bus project, which is in the fleet program, that would commit $578,000 out of that reserve, and it would leave approximately $270,000 or so in the reserve, which aligns with the number that you just mentioned.
Yeah. Okay. Were there any other bits and pieces that we knocked off, or we're good? That's what we have available to us. All right.
Should confirm the position, though. I think it was misstated. Okay.
Go ahead.
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So the position sort of as of the deliberation so far, I believe is 3.9. I think it was mentioned it was 3.1. That's not the case. You're at the same sort of base that you started the morning with that revenue or those reserves uncommitted for your deliberations for decision units now. So that's the current position of the budgets based on the decisions made so far.
Right. Thank you. I got a bunch of questions here. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through you to Director Bukaboom, I just wanted to get some clarification that we're going to be putting a pause or putting an end to this low-volume roads program that we had last year. Is that the case for this year, that we're not going to be doing it and we've taken it out of the budget, capital budget, because it was a successful program last year?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only component of that question I could refer to myself is the financing of that program. For purposes of reallocating money and reducing the pressure on the asset management reserve, we applied 1.218 surplus gravel roads program from 22 and 23 to this budget, which essentially puts a pause on the gravel program, and you will be receiving a report in January from Director Rojas on the remainder of that program. If you wish to follow up with any further queries, Director Rojas could answer those.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So originally, I want to distinguish between the gravel resurfacing program and the gravel conversion program. Those are two different things. So we're talking about the low-volume gravel conversion program, which essentially was a report by the last council meeting, by the last council, that said we have these orphan gravel roads or these gravel roads in the middle of hardtop roads that were a combination of a maintenance burden to get a grader out to regrade this island gravel road, let's call it. So then we established the low-volume gravel conversion program for efficiencies for maintenance over 3 years. We've completed year 1 of that 3-year program, and we are going to bring a report back in early in the new year, Q1 of 2024, to inform council on how year 1 went, which roads have been successfully converted, to review the remaining list, and to amend it as required, either add or delete. And then again, we're taking a pause for year 2, the plan is to take a pause because of financing, and then council at that time can discuss how they want to reassume years 2 and 3, or what they want to do with that program, right, going forward. So right now, year 1 has been completed, year 2 and 3 to be determined.
Thank you. It's a good program. I'm just wondering, like, obviously we're tight here, but does that mean it's still alive? The program will still continue, but we're not going to be funding it this year then?
We're waiting, we're leaving some money in the reserve, and we're waiting for a report back, and then council will make a decision on what they want to do.
Okay. So it's still a viable program, and
Yeah.
hopefully it will come back then.
Yeah, but I think we need to fine tune it because there were some things in that program that needed to be nailed down a little tighter. Councillor Yule.
Thank you, and through you. So realizing we have $850,000 in the gas tax federal, and we just had the talk about the transit provincial gas tax funding. So if I look at the budget and it's got all the headings, which heading would I have to attack to actually lower the 3.9%? Because I don't see anything that says tax related. So I have asset management reserve, DC reserve, federal tax gas. But which one is tax supported? If I wanted to drop the 3.9%, where would I put that money?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, excellent question. In the preamble and included in your report, pardon me for the pages, page 4 and 5, we walk through the funding sources of the capital budget. The only two that have a direct impact to reduce the operating levy are if you were to find savings in the asset management reserve financing or the fleet reserve financing. All others, while they may or may not have an impact on the operating, they're not direct. So if you were to save $600,000 for a new bus, for instance, from the fleet asset management reserve, that would have a direct result to reduce that transfer in the operating budget of that exact same dollar.
Right, so the savings is in the operations budget, but it still affects the 3.9%.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. The savings would come on the operations side to reduce the 3.9.
Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So just as we go forward into the decision units, so we have roughly 850 from the federal gas tax, but the provincial gas tax, we can't really use that for other things besides transit and Lindsay? No. Provincial, I'm talking provincial.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, just to clarify, the federal gas tax has 19 criteria we dedicated to the roads. The provincial is dedicated to transit.
specifically, that's right.
Specifically, and must be only met those conditions of that.
Right, so going forward with the 850 federal gas tax, you mentioned a couple other areas that were going to be added in. I just wanted the bottom line, if you don't mind, just so we know where we're at.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. If we take fully the 492, let's say 500,000 for the gravel, and we reapply it to decision units. If we took the full dedicated, federal dedicated gas tax of 850,000, if we were to usurp the full provincial dedicated, and I'm not sure you can because we'd have to look for enough dedicated sources in there, that is $2.2 million.
Going forward, though, for the decision units, we can't use that provincial. That's why I asked the question. So really, it's only 850 plus the 500.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is a bus in the capital program. Dr. Found will help me research the page and the amount in a moment. That bus would qualify for the provincial dedicated gas tax funding, which would ultimately reduce your transfer to the fleet reserve on the operations. And I believe the amount was 578,000 would be eligible to be, as Councillor Yeo this morning brought to our attention, could be funded from the provincial dedicated gas tax.
I understand that. So, but for other things that are not Lindsay Transit, right? So that really doesn't come into play, I wouldn't think, because that is dedicated to Lindsay Transit. So for other things, really, it's 850 plus the 500. Am I correct? Thank you. That's all.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to get at. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. And just briefly, and the CAO and I talked with this over lunch, just in terms of moving forward now to consider the decision units. There still seems to be another foot to drop, which is our operational budget considerations next week. So if we're able to get our tax target down to 3, what would we do with additional savings that we may want to enter into on the operational budget? We could proceed technically with getting things down to 4.2 today and then see where we land on operations day next Tuesday. I'm just feeling a little bit like we're kind of, because it's over 2 days, we're not able to a week in between, not able to really consider how much we totally have while considering the decision units. That's all.
Well, I think if I can weigh in and then Ms. Bogaboom and Dr. Found can correct me. What I would suggest we do is use some of the available monies to move the number down to like 5.5. And then use the rest of the money, 3.5. Yeah, 3.5, and use the rest of the money to fund some of the decision units. Then when we come to the operating, we see what our friends at MPAC have to say and what that might do for us and see where we end up. Now, as you go through the year, if there are things to be done and we have money in a reserve, we can certainly access it. It's not something I like to do particularly because I really like to maintain our reserves because I really think we're going to need them down the road. But it's something we could do, and especially if it was an urgent item. So that's kind of the way I'm leaning, and I don't know. For instance, talking about the bus at 578,000, if we took that, if we paid for that out of the federal gas tax, provincial gas tax, then we could use that 578,000 someplace else, right? So there are opportunities, and it depends. So I got a few more people who have questions here before we get into the decision units. Go ahead.
I have a quick follow-up, or you want me to wait, Mayor? Just my quick follow-up would be, so if we do some decision units and find that we're comfortable moving to next Tuesday with operation decisions, and we find we have a substantial savings to be found, are we able to come back and revisit some of these decision units then?
No, but you can revisit them during the year. As I say, you can bring them forward. We would pass a budget, right? So that would be done. But then if there were items, and one of the things I was going to preface before we got into the decision units was I have suggested to staff that these decision units are things that are important to council, and they should be taken into consideration. Many of them are not in the 5-year roads plan because most of the decision units are roads, and many of them are not considered in the 5-year roads plan. But staff should take note that these are priorities for council, and they should consider how they can fit them into the programs as soon as possible. Now, some of the roads that are identified here are already in the 5-year roads plan. So if they're there, we might want to just leave them there and work on others that are more urgent. So let's see if we get what the other questions are, and then I'm going to confirm exactly, I'm going to try and get a motion on the bus and then confirm exactly how much money is available to us and how much it would take to get down around 3.5, and then we can deal with the decision units. Does that sound like a fair plan? Okay. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, you took a lot of words out of my mouth there. You got, we started the day with 3.99%. We're down to 3.9 through, is that how I understand it right now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, pardon me for the misspeak. 3.99 is where you're currently at. This morning, you removed $7,750. But we will maintain that in the fleet reserve and not play with those numbers, if you will. So you are still essentially at 3.99.
That's actually
as you were at the beginning.
3.95, but that's, sorry, 3.985.
3.99 is in your report, CA 2023-005, and you were still at that point.
Well, each point is about $14,000, so removing 7,000 brings us at 3.985. Anyways.
You're picking nits.
I know. Anyways, where I'm going with this, I'm really in favor of the 3.5% tax levy, and to get there, we need to find another $600,000. I'm not going to the penny on this one. I'm rounding off, so I'm all in favor of that.
Yep. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
I think we're all just looking to see what the end game is here when we look at getting to that 3.5. Also, you did mention about keeping some reserves out of the OSIF and out of that gas tax. So if we can take that into consideration, just drill down what our final number is just going into these decision units.
It's my plan. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that we move $150,000 from the Ontario Gas Tax Fund and keep it as a fleet depot extension reserve, as well as $100,000 from the OSIF fund, which was the gravel resurfacing. I think that's what you're going for, and I support that. Does that sound like the right those are the allocations I would like? That leaves us with $1 million, and we finally have a number for all these conversations.
If I'm correct, there's $870,920, and I was, can you hold your motion for a few minutes, and I'll just hear from some other folks?
Sure, and if it is that and you want it 270, 920, that's fine.
Thank you. Councillor Yule.
I can hold mine too, because I was going to make the motion to pay for the bus.
Just hold that for now too, and okay. And Councillor Warren.
Just wanted to reiterate that when you go through the budget process, you can find quite a bit of savings in the operating, so hold tight.
Okay, so can you do a quick calculation for me and tell me if I am correct? There is $870,920 available in the federal gas tax, and there is $500,000 in OSIF. And if we pay for the bus out of the provincial gas tax and use that money where?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just one slight amendment to what you just spoke. The federal gas tax is at $850,000. The provincial at $870,000. If you were to fund the one bus from the provincial dedicated gas tax of $570,000, you would be reducing the operating budget from its current 3.99 to 3.5.
That sounds perfect to me. And then Councillor Smeaton, I would suggest that we leave $250,000 in the federal and $100,000 in the OSIF, and that gives us $1 million to deal with and we're at 3.5%, okay, for going into operating, and we see where that goes.
That's exactly it. Yep.
So why don't you make your motion that we reduce the federal, we make available for decision units $600,000 from the federal gas tax reserve, and that we make $400,000 available from the OSIF. Is it called the OSIF reserve?
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, it's actually not in a reserve, but it's in the low volume gravel roads program.
Okay.
So you would just be using an uncommitted amount of
Okay.
$400,000 in that program.
From the low-level gravel road program. So do you want to make that motion?
You want me to recite that, eh? You have faith. I'll make a motion to make available $600,000 from the federal gas tax fund for decision units, along with an uncommitted amount from the low-volume gravel initiative of $400,000. How'd I do? Close?
For use.
For use
on the decision
for use
unit.
of decision units, this budget.
Great. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Yo. Do you want to speak to it?
I think we've had a lot of conversation. I would just point out that when I heard Councillor Yo's question answered by Director Bukaboom about the budget, I couldn't help but think of something you said earlier in the year, that it's all one budget, really. And that was a classic example of what you meant. That really articulated the whole, it's all operational. That's how this all slides back and forth. So, thanks.
Who's the seconder? Emmett, did you want to speak to it?
No, I think we already have.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if I can support that, because going forward with all the decision units, whoever's down the line on the decision units, maybe we'll run out of money for those decision units. So historically,
I was going to say that we would go around the table and everybody would get a shot at picking something, because you're not going to get them all. There's $8.5 million in there.
I realize that, but the $850,000 gas tax is, a lot of times it's spent out. So to actually say 600,000 and leave 200,000 in and leave somebody's road out, that could be, yeah.
We're not, all I'm saying is, you're not going to be able to fund them all.
Oh, I realize
and
that.
everybody will get something.
No, I understand that, but to actually put a number on it, why not just spend it out like it usually is? The 850,000 gas tax. That's all I'm
Because we
saying.
want to leave some in there for Director Robinson's expansion next year.
So it would only be $250,000.
Better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick.
Yeah, okay, well.
Anyway, we have a mover and seconder and a motion. Oh, Councillor Perry.
Yeah, just one last point is that being, as Councillor Smeaton and you've said, Mayor, this all being one budget, we may find the savings coming in the operational budget may be more than $1 million. And how are we able to then direct it to more decision units? I've made the point, and that will be my remarks for today. Thank you.
And as I suggested to you, we bring them back at a council meeting and say, we want to do this road or this particular piece of work, and I want to take the money from here.
And we're able to do that, Mayor, even though it's operating side, because it's one budget, quote unquote?
Exactly.
All right. Good to know. Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know the intentions are good with this motion, but we are taking out approximately $400,000 from engineering for low-volume road conversion. So, I mean, people, what do they say? They say roads, 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 and we're going to be taking out money from capital to repair these roads, not just repair, but to rehabilitate them. And that's what was the whole idea of the low-volume roads. I don't know, I'm kind of not very sold on it yet. I'm sorry.
Councillor, what we're doing is we're doing the decision units with that money, which is all the roads.
No. But we are taking out 400,000. We're taking 400 out of the low volume roads program. Well, but there's no guarantee that that will go back into roads, though. There's never a guarantee.
But the decision units are all roads.
Okay, but this particular program was a specified program that we worked hard on.
We're leaving money in the reserve, and you're getting a report back in January on how it's used.
Okay, just one more question. So, but that would be to 2025, but not 2024?
It could be 2024. We have to wait to see the report.
Okay.
Councillor Perry.
If it's any comfort to Councillor Ashmore, I think diverting from the low-volume roads is smart, and I've mentioned this before. Any other time we live in, great, low-volume roads. But the way I see this is it's a smart decision to take priority from those that are less traveled, given our roads crisis, and put them to the more urgent, more traveled roads. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Smeaton, did you want to do sum up, or?
I think all's been said. The motion stands, and we'll have our vote, if that's okay with you, Mr. Mayor. It's your call, of course.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I just want to be crystal clear. I'm not sure the resolution as crafted right now. I know it's direction to go into it, but it's essentially, you're almost pre-committing a funding source to decision units. Yes. Right now, you've got 2 uncommitted reserves in their entirety, and I know the intent is to leave some in those reserves after your decision unit deliberations. I actually think I'm not sure that it's a valid resolution as it stands right now, because what you're essentially saying is we're going to pre-spend $1 million and only apply it to decision units. What I think you should do is go through the decision units, and that that funding source is available, it's uncommitted, and the resolution or the amendments to the budget would simply say that's the funding source for it. So I don't believe you need a resolution, but this is the sort of direction that you want to go in. What you do need is the original resolution, which was outstanding on the bus and the federal side on the gas tax side of things, so that you free that up, and then you're working with a base of uncommitted funds. So that would be the recommendation. Do that one first, and then simply go through your decision units, and we'll keep track as you make those amendments for the funding sources.
So will you withdraw your motion for now?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And, okay. Are you want to say something?
Yeah, just given the way this is going, I wanted to identify a possible third source of funding for decision units, and that was what we began the day with, the extra $2.9 million in the uncommitted portion of the capital contingency reserve. Perhaps there's another $500,000 that could be taken or used from there, depending on councillors' comfort level with that risk management.
Okay, well, let's do the bus, and then we'll do the decision units, and we'll see where we end up with the decision units and with the numbers, and we'll go from there. So, Councillor Yeo, you want to make your motion on the bus?
Sure, that the bus in the amount of $578,000 be funded from the provincial gas tax reserve.
Seconder, Councillor Warren. Do you want to talk to it, or you have?
Pretty much sure we have.
Okay.
If I could just make a comment. Oh, I guess, no, it's not related to that. So no, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Warren, you want to talk to it? No? Anybody else? No? All in favor? And that's passed. Does that work for you? You guys are good? And you're good? Perfect.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor, if I could just seek clarity. The 578 in that motion, would it be prudent to capture that the applicable transfer to the fleet reserve in the operating budget be reduced by the equal and offsetting 578?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's what I was pausing for because I wasn't sure, but yeah.
Okay. So now we're at 3.5%. Okay? And we're going to do decision units. So I think the fairest way to do this is go around the table and have everybody take one of their decision units. And at the end of going through 8 of them, we see where we sit dollar-wise, and then we continue to go until we're exhausted. And to Councillor Perry's point, we may have to dip into another reserve in order to do it. Councillor Yeo, you want to say something?
Yeah, I sure did. I didn't put any decision units in because with the budget pressures we were under. Now, had I been, I don't know, maybe foresighted to see that, oh, we're going to start spending reserves and we had this reserve and not putting 2 and 2 together, maybe I should have. So when you asked for where the funding was going to come from, I was under the assumption we had no extra money. So you can start with Councillor Perry, and maybe I'll make something up as we go along. But I don't think this is a good way to do the budget. This is quite upsetting, actually, knowing that we're going to go into 3.5, we're going to roll the dice on an impact decision, and we're going to start using reserves for decision units that came in basically unfunded unless somebody had a crystal ball. So those are my comments.
Yeah, and, you know, I'll go back to the last budget where we did your wharf at the last minute. That was in the same kind of category.
Absolutely, and I brought that in off the cuff, so that's what I said, start with Mr. Perry, because my cuff is coming around.
What goes around comes around, Councillor. So, okay, Deputy Mayor Richardson. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to echo Councillor Yeo's remarks. I'm surprised and not in favor of the decision units. I don't have any. My fight was to get the tax down to 3.5%. We got lucky here, and I didn't want to increase the budget. I wanted to lower it. Thank you.
No, we have good people, and they were able to do it. That's why we did it. And, you know, if you have something you want done in your road, in your ward, if you have a road that you, and I mean, don't pick a highway that's gonna cost us $2 million, but, you know, if you've got a road that's $7,500,000 that you want to include it in this, and I'm sure you know the roads in your ward very well, then I think they're, you know, you can bring it forward.
Thank you, I will.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, and I'd also just like to make a comment as we do roll through these increased perhaps roads added in, that we also will have a, you know, we'll meet a saturation point when it comes to getting work done in any given year as well. So we need to be cognizant of that as well.
Absolutely. Councillor Perry.
And I think having heard and sympathized with the comments of some of my council colleagues, I think this speaks the foresight we unanimously showed by approving a report coming back to council in the new year on how to evaluate the roads program moving forward, which would include a process that is perhaps more transparent, more equitable, and more reliable. So I just wanted to bring that to council, that perhaps this is the last time we have to do it this way, and help me be on the way.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you. Through you. As we're going through the unfunded decision units, I'd like to just make a comment. If you get to the certain area, then it's already in the plan. I don't think we should talk about it because it's already in the plan. If it's in for 2025 and 2026, why are we talking about it? It's in the plan. I think that's a plan that is well planned out. So we should only talk about items that are not in the plan as far as I'm concerned. Thanks.
I don't disagree with you. Councillor Warren?
I do disagree in that I have some in here that are in the 5-year plan, but have gone through major changes due to development on this road, and it's one huge pothole. So it's deemed 2026, and you can barely get a car down there, and it's one of the busiest roads in Bobcaygeon. So that's why I put that in. So thank you.
All right, let me open the floor and say, well, just a sec. So if we don't like my plan to go around the table and pick a road, what would you like to do? Great. Councillor Yoder, do you want to go last or first?
I'm more than happy where we are right now, so carry on.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, would you like to pick one of your decision units that you'd like funded?
I'm sorry, could I jump? Sorry. I had a question, though. North Bay Drive is in the budget, and you made a comment to me that Horseshoe Crescent was getting done as well.
That was my understanding.
Okay, so my question is Horseshoe Crescent getting done at the same time as North Bay Drive? Because if it isn't, then that would be my wish.
Yeah. Director Rojas, or who has the roads that they can look at? North Bay Drive, and there's an offshoot, Horseshoe Crescent. My understanding was that they were both being done.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I just get some clarification? These would be roads that would fall under the rural resurfacing program, or, okay, one moment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we go to page 30 of the budget book under rural resurfacing, they have a list of all the roads that are being proposed in the baseline budget. North Bay, so bottom chart of page 30, sixth project down, JDE identifier 983240506 identifies North Bay Road from Horseshoe Crescent to West End. So North Bay Road is in the baseline budget.
But Horseshoe Crescent isn't?
I don't see Horseshoe Crescent.
So you want to include Horseshoe Crescent?
Yeah, that was the understanding.
That was my
Couple
understanding.
of budgets
too.
ago that I made it clear
Yeah.
that Horseshoe Crescent be done the same time.
Yeah,
So that would be my one wish, yes.
okay. And
It's about 500 meters long, so it's not very. What's half a kilometer going for?
so, Director, 500 meters long, are we looking at 50,000?
So I am unsure what that cost would be, but if you leave it with me, I will get back to you.
Okay, thank you. We'll come.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Ashmore, you have a road you'd like to nominate?
If I could just go briefly over it, I mean, I know we want to get done here, but, you know, we took the time today, and we have people here, and we want to get things done. And I put these in for a reason, and so did everybody else. They took the time, councillors worked hard, staff worked hard to answer these questions. Maybe if I can just get a little bit of help from staff, and I'll get through these pretty quickly. Two of these things, or one of them, the low-volume road conversion, so that's Post Road and from Pigeon Lake Road 17 to Vince Jones Way and Shoreview Road, that's going to be in the low-volume road, so that won't be discussed until we get a report to council on that. Could I put that in as a consideration?
What's the decision unit number?
It said that it's not committed, there's no funding.
No, but over it says item number. What item number are you dealing with?
Yeah, 24 and 25.
24 and 25.
Page 3, 22, 24 and 25.
Yeah, well,
Could they be as consideration? maybe,
well, I think, you know, you're going to take a quarter of the money that's available if you do, and that won't leave anything for anybody else.
Well, I'm just putting it out there that, you know, we need to find more creative ways of getting these roads done, and this is, you can't be constantly patching this road all the time. It's in a ghastly state right now, unfortunately, but it's been cold patch, but I mean, it's got to be, it has to be rehabilitated properly. So if we can get these two, Shoreview is it's a very low volume road. However, Post Road isn't really that low volume, and it should be at least on the radar. It should be on the 5-year roads list.
So we got $1 million, and you're wanting to use 232,000 of it. We got 8 councillors.
I'm not proposing that it be done next year.
Oh,
So-
okay. Well, do you want to pick one to be done in 2024?
I'll get, so the economic development one, I put a request for 50,000, but that's not on there for some reason, but it comes out of the economic development reserve.
That's operating.
Okay, all right. Now, the one other one was the Omimi splash pad. I think it's in here. There was a request for 10,000, but that was to keep that program going. I think we're going to have a report to council. Maybe the CAO could comment on that one, please.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so a couple of clarifications. So on the first two that you talked about, staff will be bringing in Q1 a report and update on the low gravel road. If these were aligned with that, they would be addressed there. In the same Q1, we're also bringing forward an update to council on the 5-year roads plan entirely. So anything that doesn't get funded today or added to a budget, as the mayor sort of opened up the discussion, those are going to be shifted as input from you to at least consider in those follow-up reports, respectively. With respect to the Omimi splash pad, there is a report on the feasibility of that project coming forward to the December 12th council meeting. So at this point, I wouldn't necessarily recommend that a decision unit is needed. We'll be bringing forward all of that background information as was directed by council.
Okay, so I'll just narrow it down to one street, and even not the whole street, but Mary Street in Omimi, we did resurfacing, we did it's number 1, actually, number 2 on page 320. We've done life cycle extension segments to that street because it was part of the bypass, even before when all the traffic, 11,500 cars were going past that, down that street for about 3 months, 4 months, actually more than that, 6 months. And it was in a substandard condition as it was before all this traffic was rerouted. So it did get damaged, and it did get a lot of wear and tear that we didn't anticipate. So we've done sections of Mary Street. All we need to do is just finish the life cycle extension. There's only a very small segment. So I don't have the exact costing. It says 100,000. I don't think it would be that much. It would be less than that, perhaps, Director.
Well, we had them costed, so we'll use their figures.
Okay.
Okay?
Well,
so
I'll leave it at that then.
All right. So we have a motion to include Mary Street, Alma Street to Cross Street. Do you want to do them all at once? Yeah, we can do them all at once. So that's 100,000, and we have Councillor Yo's horseshoe. So let's move on. Councillor McDonald, I'm assuming you would like item 42, the Loon Street drainage?
That is correct. It's only $27,000. Been waiting this for, like I said before, a long time. So I would like to get that part of it done. And if there's anything left over with only spending $27,000, I do have another one, but anyway, we'll go around the table and everybody gets one.
There you go. That is 42.
So Ron's got 100,000.
Councillor Joyce, did you come up with anything?
Yes, I did, and that would be Dove Haven Road.
Which one?
Dove Haven
Duff Haven?
Road.
But it's not in a decision unit.
No, but Mayor Elmsley said I could have one.
And you know how big a road it is?
It's 1.4 kilometers long. However, not all of it needs work. I'm going to say roughly half.
And that's asphalt?
It's asphalt, yes, it needs resurfacing.
Yeah, well, you're talking 500,000, 600,000, 700,000. So can you give us one that's maybe in the $100,000 range?
Ken, if you can come back to me.
Yep, I will. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, through you. I have identified the entire Jannetville subdivision just because it is a tar and chip subdivision, and a lot of those roads are completely gone now. If I was to pick one road out of that particular area, it would be Neils Drive for $75,000. And it's number 29.
Number 29. Oh. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess if I have to choose one, the ones they're all together. The ones from off Mill Street, but I would guess I'm gonna pick Mill Street as my number one choice.
You're picking which?
Mill Street.
At 170,000.
Yep. And, you know, so that's in the 2026, but it's degraded so much that I think it's one of those that needs to be moved up. So come 2026, then that won't be there, and they'll, you know, free up other money for other infrastructure. So that being said, you know, going forward, maybe I will be bringing up later in the year the other areas, Lakewood and River Park Drive. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor. It's like being asked to pick your favorite of several children. However, to prevent spitballing and an arbitrary selection, throwing a dart at a board, I've looked at the decision units that my constituents have asked to bring forward when they were put in the queue, the volume of the roads and the cost, and I've come up with a combo of Anderson Road and Golf Links Road for a total of 168.
What
Oh, sorry,
numbers
I
are they?
apologize. Don't tell anybody. I'm looking at the total more. My apologies. Anderson is number 8, thank you. And Golf Links is within Sturgeon Point, number 20, thank you. And of course, deferring the decision unit for the Batto bypass for consideration for early start later in the year.
May I seek clarity on that last request?
Yeah.
63,000 was for Anderson, which is item number 8.
And then 105 for Golf Links, which is number 20, Golf Links Road to Gray Road.
Thank you. And 20. Thank you.
Councillor Smeaton. Last but not least.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's a quick question, just not to counter Councillor Perry, but just because you did 2 decision units, would Deputy Mayor Richardson, for example, she had a conglomerate of roads, but she selected one because she thought she was supposed to select one, and it went around the table that way. Now we have 2. So are we sticking to 1 or 2?
We will come back to Deputy Mayor Richardson and
cetera.
to the others. We're going to try and equal out the money.
Okay.
Okay.
So mine, St. George Street at the 65,000.
Which one?
St. George, which is number 3. And we're not justifying these right now, correct? Just identifying.
St. George, and what number is that?
3.
3? Councillor Yo, are you?
No, I actually don't have another one. I have a question on Councillor Smeaton's. In the staff comments, it says it would entail the need for approval for corresponding water and wastewater project for 2024. So do we know how much that is, or if that will be approved?
Yeah, so may I speak?
Sure.
Through you. When we have a chance to go through the decision units, I have a plan to ask that exact question of the Director of Engineering. If it needs to be asked now, that's fine, but my understanding is...
Well, we're in the decision unit.
Great, so can I go
Yeah.
through, you want me to go through the whole street then, like all my thoughts on it? Or do you want to just ask him that now?
Well,
That's the question on the floor, so
yeah, there's no point in doing the street if we're not going to do the water and wastewater.
this ask, I'll just speak and then I'll let you, because I think we both would say the same thing. This particular ask, if you look at it, is asking for, well, I'll let Director Rojas speak to it, because it's better that he...
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So decision unit number 3, CR 2023-411. The 65,000 is for design of the plan and profiles and full urbanization reconstruction sidewalk of the roadway. The water and wastewater component would be replace in kind, usually on these types of roads. They are approved in the water wastewater budget, which is coming. But typically the cost, the majority of the cost of design is in the road, right? Because you have to survey the road, you have to do plan profiles, all that stuff. The water and wastewater component, you have to do some calculations, some approvals, but they're part of the profile of the road anyways underneath. So I would estimate around an additional 20,000 for the water and wastewater design approvals, the design sheets, etc., on top of the 65,000. I also, when time permits, I do have an answer for Horseshoe Crescent / North Bay Road, whenever you wish me to give that answer.
Right now.
Okay, so everyone is right. So North Bay Drive is in the proposed rural resurfacing project baseline budget for 2024. That is correct. Horseshoe Crescent was previously approved as a low-volume gravel road conversion. So Horseshoe Crescent, as it stands today, is a low-volume gravel road. It was approved as part of that 3-year program that we have now decided to put a pause on for years 2 and 3. So Horseshoe Road, I didn't make it in year 1. It was proposed to be in year 2 and 3, but now we have a pause, and a new report's going to come in the new year to let council decide how we're going to tackle those years 2 and 3 roads. So it was approved, now it's on hold. Horseshoe Crescent.
Can't we just add it?
So through the mayor, currently Horseshoe Crescent is a gravel road.
We understand.
So it wouldn't be eligible for the rural resurfacing because it's not a hardtop road. We can, in theory, add it as a new one-time low-volume gravel conversion within the rural resurfacing.
And what would the cost be?
Okay, I have to get back to you on that.
Get back to me on that. I got a couple of people who wanted to speak. Manager Found.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out that for this decision unit, that being St. George Street, it is an urban rural reconstruction project, and as such, it is 10% eligible for development charges. So I just wanted to make note of that when it comes time to make a decision on this project. If it's approved, then it should be approved such that 10% of the cost is funded by development charges.
We're only approving, the only thing in there is for design this year.
It's eligible as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Ashmore, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Mayor, there was one decision unit here I omitted, and that was number 40, urban arterial resurfacing, right turn lane taper at County Road 17 and Old Surrey Lane into the community of Victoria Place, who have approximately 450 people live there. And we brought a petition to council signed by them, hundreds of signatures, and I presented it. And my question would be, through you to the director, could we perhaps incorporate this into the resurfacing of County Road 17 from Colony Road to Highway 36, which is going to be happening hopefully within the next 2 years? Would that be another option of doing it that, or could I put it in now, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you could add it really to whatever program you want to, as long as we have the funds to do so.
Well, I guess what he's saying is you're going to resurface that road. It would make sense at that time to put the turning lane in, wouldn't it? So I think that's your answer, Councillor Ashmore, is when they do the resurfacing of the road, they'll do the turning lane.
Okay, and could I ask what time frame would that be, like within?
Okay, you can ask, but
I'm asking.
So sorry, maybe I'm going to answer it a different way. So we had a roads need study. So a roads need study is done every 5 years. As part of the roads need study, it's unbiased towards finance. It basically says, here's the condition of your roads, and here's when you should get them done, either now, 1 to 5, 6 to 10. Again, irrespective of finance. And then based on the roads need study, we do then a 1 to 5 capital plan. And then that capital plan captures most of it. We are in the new year going to bring a report back to council, an interim report for that 5-year plan. So in that report, again, as Councillor Perry has a motion to relook at our 5-year plan, we're going to do that anyways. So it's a perfect motion. It aligns with our work force. We are going to bring a report in before Q2 of 2024 as an interim report to the 5-year plan, evaluate the roads that we've done that are on deck, and maybe have some strategies on some of these roads that are not captured but are needed on how to handle them. So I would recommend we wait for that Q2 midterm report on our 5-year plan.
Okay, we'll do that then. Thanks.
Councillor Warren.
Just very briefly, that that section of road really should be looked at in the 5-year plan because it is degrading. Thank you.
Does that have anything to do with
The price of beans? No.
decision units? Okay, we need to do some evening up here as soon as we find out. We need to find out about Horseshoe, and we need Councillor Joyce to identify something he'd like done in his ward.
I just wanted, if you can give me my 125,000, I'll work with staff on what road that'll fit.
I don't know. Council's going to have to vote on this, so I don't know if they'd like that.
I did put a request for, where was I? Pleasant View Crescent. Do we have an answer on cost on that?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I did just email you, but it's around $70,000 to do a 40 millimeter overlay on on 500 meters of road.
$70,000?
$70,000.
It's 500 meters long. That's the total length of the road, so that's a nice fit. That's my decision unit.
Okay.
Thank you.
What's the name of the road?
Pleasant View Crescent. It's on Washburn Island.
70. Okay, Councillor McDonald, what was your other wish?
Yeah, through you, it's not on the list, of course, because I want to make comments, but going through this is that for next year's budget, if we all have to put memos in all the time to do that, I'll make sure that I have about 20 memos in next year to make sure that I'm covered. But anyway, I got, there's an area on Elm Tree Road, and the pavement is pretty well gone. And I'm not saying that it has to be repaved, but is the tar and chip cheaper than paving, or is that not in this discussion?
Yes, tar and chip is slightly cheaper.
But I don't know the exact measurements of that road. That's the only problem.
That Elm Tree Road?
It's Shirley Ann Drive, actually, off of Elm Tree Road, off of Beach.
So we'll get Director Rojas to do that.
Shirley Ann Drive.
So let's see. Deputy Mayor Richardson, do you have another road you'd like to throw in the mix there?
If I was going to pony up because they're side by side, it would be Manvers Drive, but I wouldn't move for the whole road. I would just say half down to Janet Drive because that's the significant area that needs some work. So I would say it would be Manvers Drive to Janet Drive, which is probably less than half of the size that is in this budget right now. But that way you're getting 2 roads in a cul-de-sac cleaned up, and that's the biggest problem areas.
So that's probably about 80,000?
Well, I'm not the roads person, but I'm guessing, maybe.
Manvers. Count. Director Rojas, did you have something to add?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I do have staff listening on YouTube, so they are giving me costs, so they are coming. I got them all, 2 did, so I'm going to chip away at them as they come up. So, so Horseshoe Crescent now. Horseshoe Crescent, again, was in the Orphan Gravel Road program. The cost to convert that to high float that was identified in the Orphan Gravel Road would include any ditching, any culverts replacements. It's a length of 373 meters as identified in that past report, and the cost of that would be $75,000.
And that's good, and that includes ditching and all that stuff. And I know 2 years ago, all the ditching was done, so I know 75 would be more than enough, so that'd be good. Yep, it probably, for council, probably more like 50 because they did all the prep work for the program, I think. I don't know, but it's all done.
Can you get us any information on Elm Tree?
The information for Shirley Ann
Yes.
is coming up.
For Shirley Ann.
I mean, to your point too, if you want to, you can carry.
To our gurus in finance over there, what number are we at?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could seek clarity to repeat my list with that of the clerks and yours. I have no decision unit number with Horseshoe Crescent, which is a rural resurfacing for $75,000. I have number 2 decision unit, Mary Street, Omimi, Alma to something? To cross for $100,000, and that is a life cycle management program. Number 42, culverts and drains for Loon Street, Loon something, $27,000. I have number 29, Neils Drive, Manvers to Manvers, an urban arterial for $75,000. Urban arterial number 5, Mill Street for $170,000. Rural resurfacing number 8, Anderson for $63,000. Number 20, rural resurfacing, Gulf Links Road for $105,000. Urban arterial resurfacing, decision unit 40, Verulam, turning lane, $70,000.
No, we're not doing that one.
Take that out? Yeah. Thank you. Pleasant Crescent, I do not have a decision unit. Washburn Island, $70,000. Pleasant View Crescent. Rural resurfacing, and pardon me, Pleasant View Crescent is which program?
Pleasant View was,
Is rural resurfacing.
and it's 70?
70. Rural resurfacing, pardon me, I didn't capture the decision unit number. Shirley Ann Drive, Elm Tree, with no costing just yet. Director Rojas will update us momentarily. Number 29, Manvers Drive to Janetville, urban arterial resurfacing for $80,000. I will loop back to Director Rojas for number on Elm Tree.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So for Shirley Ann, I believe is what you're waiting for, 570 meters in length to high flow over top the existing high flow is 30,000.
Okay, thanks.
You good with that, Councillor McDonald?
Yes, I am.
That's in addition to the current capital budget of $860,000. But if you would give us a break, I will confer with Director Rojas and the clerk has a discrepancy. St. George.
65 for the design with 10% coming from gas tax.
Sorry.
What? Sorry, from DCs.
And that is urban.
So that's 59,000 and change, or 58,500 or something. So let's take a break for 10 minutes. And so we get all this, because we got to make a motion on each one. 800, 900,000. What's that?
Sorry, my only suggestion or option would be that there could be additional room in that there could be the contingency reserve, some funds there, as well as the funds that we anticipate from our operation meeting. So perhaps there's room for an additional.
But you already have two, so you wouldn't get one anyway.
I do, but I'd like to see, us as much as we're able to be able to accommodate.
We can keep some for, another time, and you're allowed to bring stuff forward.
Yeah, I do.
So, Councillor Smeaton.
Yeah, I have a few things before we take the break, if that's okay. It's important to me. So we went around for second roads. I have a quick question. Were there people who just entered roads that aren't even in any decision unit located? Okay. And so I have a road mentioned that was a decision unit, which means I put the time and the work in and it was passed by council. So most of the road replacements in Ward 5, if you notice, your budget, people go through their budget book, you will notice they're massive projects because they're the roads most used in the city of Kawartha Lakes by far. So you have all of these large projects. So I guess my question is, since I didn't get a second road, if we want to play it this way, which I can't believe what's happening, is on behalf of the constituents, I think the answer is going to be no, but to Director Rojas, could I take a chunk of William Street from, say, Pottinger to Regent? Could I take a chunk of Adelaide from Pottinger to Elgin? I think the answer will be no, because those are such large-scale projects that need to be done at large. So the councillor from Ward 5, who has the most used roads by far in the whole city, has one tiny road as a decision unit. The other decision unit I had, now's the time to speak since it's pretty obvious how this is going, is Pottinger, where people kept saying, including yourself at the intro, as long as they're not $2 million roads. Pottinger is being asked to move up. To Councillor McDonald's question, why would we move something up if it's already in? My question back is, why did we support it at council to begin with? That decision unit has come through with approval from that councillor. So the answer is, you supported it. Number two, those decision units that come through, like Pottinger, are moved up for very, very good reasons. But I'll start with the financial reason, which is 10% is going to be DC funding and 90% debenture. So when everybody keeps saying, well, we're trying to focus on this 3.5%, I just want to make sure everybody in the public knows that I know that by moving Pottinger up, regardless of the enormous sum of money, and it'll end up being $6 million once you add the water, wastewater to it, I'd like Dr. Found to answer me, if and I know he's comfortable with this, it would have negligible impact on this year's tax levy or next year's. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I would believe that is correct. Certainly the financing split would be 10% development charges, 90% something else. In this case, I think the councillor is leaning towards debenture. If that is the case, then we do not debenture projects until they are substantially complete. This project is under design right now, so I would anticipate substantial completion, if it were approved for 2024, would be sometime in late 2025, early 2026.
And it's shelf ready except for public oh, I apologize.
No problem. I was just also going to suggest, again, I'm trying to anticipate things here. If this project were approved today, there's a couple of other implications.
For sure.
One is a corresponding project on the water wastewater side obviously has to be approved. The other consideration is that this, I believe the entire length, if not, sorry, most of the length, if not the entire length of this road has cast iron water main under it. It would be then therefore a candidate for our cast iron water main grant, which we have ongoing right now.
Like Caroline
it would
Street.
require a request of the province to allow us to swap one project for another in that grant, but it is another consideration. So I just wanted to make sure council is aware of the other implications. It's not just a roads project. There are other considerations as well.
Thank you. And I just wanted to point out, I hope it was okay that you understand, I'm pointing out that this road isn't a $3 million ask out of nowhere. This road, certain people asked, why would we move something forward? And one of my answers is I have 7 developers driving that road every week up and down that road. It's being heavily used to the point where it was all of a sudden sealed in the last 6 weeks to get ready for the winter. So, or sealed is the wrong word. So it's important that the people see. My first question is now my last question. Because of the nature of the ward, do not have the option of chunking a small part of road, do I? So if I were to ask, could I do Adelaide Street from Pottinger to Elgin, the answer would be no. Is that correct, Director Rose?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there's a lot of information here. So just to, let me do an overview. So Pottinger from Victoria to the west end has been approved for design. The design is well underway. It's basically complete. Councillor Sweeney is absolutely correct. The only outstanding item is a public meeting, which we're going to hold early in the new year. So once we have the public meeting, the project is shelf ready to go whenever council approves the funding. The construction cost for the road component, as listed in the question and answer, is $2.645 million. The water and wastewater component of that, which is the sewer, the water main, is an additional $2.2 million. Yeah. So that's the value of the project, because you can't do. It doesn't make sense to reconstruct the road only then to rip it out for the water sewer. So it makes sense to do it at the same time. So if you add 2.645 plus 2.2, that's the total value of the project. So Public Works did provide a smear over a section of that road to hold it over. It looks okay. Yeah. Hopefully that holds it over for a year or two, but unknown. The question that the councillor asked is, irrespective of the smear and the reconstruction, if we were just to remove some asphalt and overlay it, how much would that cost? So to do that would be $150,000. Now, with a caveat saying, again, it's my recommendation that is throwaway money.
Agreed.
Right? Because we're reconstructing the road relatively soon. But if the question is, can we do more than a smear? The answer is yes. We can shave it off and repave it for $150,000, but it would be throwaway money.
I completely agree and have no issue with that and understand it. I wanted the public to know why I'm not jumping around the table picking a road at random out of thin air, like was allowed to have happen, because if I had 2 weeks, I could find a small road for $100,000, but I didn't get those 2 weeks. I was given 3 months of hard work and I found what I needed and put the time in. So I'm just saying, if I want the people to know that $100,000 is left, I'm sure they're sitting at home going, why didn't he jump up and down and say our road? Now they know why. There's a lot more to it than just picking a road. And I think it's unfortunate the way it's played out. I'm just being honest. Thanks.
Well, would it be fair to, when we have these decision units, And some counselors, because they felt we were under budget pressure and didn't put any in, that they should be left out.
Only you can answer that question. I played by the book that's there, which is if you'd wish to enter decision unit. Those counselors who are saying agreed supported me and voted in favor of this decision unit coming forward. So I don't know what I'm hearing. The answer was yes, they were fine with it then, and I, you know, that we could go around the table on that one. So
I wouldn't have been okay with it. So we're going to take a break and come back, and I see a number of people have questions, and I hope they're related to decision units and not other issues, okay? We'll come back at 2:30. Order. Before we went to break, I had some names on my screen for people who had questions. Did their questions get answered? Okay. So where we're going now, we have to make amendments to the budget to include those decision units. And I think where we are, in terms of using the $1 million, we're at 828,000. So I figure everybody got something, and we used almost $1 million. Let's move on. So the first amendment is that we include Horseshoe Crescent, which is a rural resurfacing, for $75,000. Councillor Yeo, you move that?
I will move that.
Seconder, Councillor Perry. And funded from?
Funded from the OSIF remaining grant.
Funded from the OSIF remediating grant. All in favor? And that passes. Our second is also rural resurfacing, and it is Pleasant View Crescent, Washburn Island, $70,000. Funding?
Also from the OSIF remaining gravel roads program.
Thank you. Can I have a mover? Councillor Joyce. Seconder, Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? And that's passed. Third, rural resurfacing, Shirley Ann Drive to Elm Tree, $30,000 from OSIF.
Also from OSIF.
From OSIF. Mover, Councillor McDonald. Seconder, Deputy Mayor Richardson. All in favor, and that's passed. Rural resurfacing, Anderson Drive, Southview Estates, $63,000. Funding is OSIF. Mover, Councillor Perry. Seconder, Councillor Warren. All in favor, and that passes. Rural resurfacing, Golf Links Road, $105,000. Funding OSIF.
Also from OSIF.
Councillor Perry, seconder, Councillor Warren, all in favor, and that's passed. We come to Mary Street, Omimi, to Elma, to Cross. And that's life cycle management. It's $100,000. Funding?
Funding would be from the federal dedicated gas tax.
Mover, Councillor Ashmore. Seconder, Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed. Next, we have Loon Street Drainage System, $27,000, and that's culverts and municipal drain.
Also from the federal dedicated gas tax.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald, Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor, and that's passed. We now come to Neils Drive, Manvers to Manvers, $75,000. That's urban arterial resurfacing, so I assume it's OSIF.
That is 10% from DC.
10% from DC.
Pardon me. Pardon me, that's urban arterial resurfacing.
That's correct. That's what I said.
Thank you. Sorry, it was our side. So that would be $75,000 from federal dedicated gas tax.
Thank you.
So
Moved by Deputy Mayor Richardson, seconded Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed. Urban arterial resurfacing, Mill Street, $170,000.
Also federal dedicated gas tax.
Q. Mover, Counselor Warren. Seconder, Counselor Perry. All in favor, and that passes. St. George, $65,000 urban arterial resurfacing, but I think it's eligible for gas tax, so.
If I may, through you,
DC,
Mr. Mayor.
sorry.
Yeah, this is an urban rural reconstruction as opposed to resurfacing. So yes, this is the one that is 10% eligible for
Okay.
development charges.
Q, $65,000. Mover, Counselor Smeaton. Seconder, Counselor McDonald. All in favor? Oh,
And the financing would be $6,500 from the DC Reserve and $58,500 from the federal dedicated gas tax.
thank you. Counselor Smeaton and Counselor McDonald, all in favor? And that's passed. Lastly, we have Manvers Drive to Janet Drive, $80,000, urban arterial resurfacing.
Also from the federal dedicated gas tax.
Federal dedicated gas tax. Mover is Deputy Mayor Richards, Councillor Warren, all in favor, and that passes. That's, let me get my paperwork in order here. Do you have the motion from the changes from? Hang on a sec, folks. I gotta have a motion that they, one, Director Rojas sent me a memo, and there are just some minor changes, moving some stuff around, and we need a motion for it.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So just some housekeeping things. I'll go, there's only two of them. So on page 29 of your budget book, under urban rural reconstruction, the second last project on the table above, identified by JDE ID 9832400310, project description, Colburn Street, Angeline Street intersection, preliminary work in the amount of $1.3 million, be deferred. The 1.3 million, of the 1.3 total funding source, 1.235 comes from DC Reserve and 65,000 comes from federal gas tax reserves. Those amounts should be returned to their respective funding sources.
Councillor Smeaton, you make that motion?
No, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is something that obviously just finding this out now is odd. So I have a lot of questions. This is desperately needed. And in fact, we were just talking about this, how exciting it is that it's in the budget, and there it is. So if we could have an explanation as why that would be deferred, that's going to make a lot of people ask daily, and I talk to engineering daily about this.
We may have to go into closed session for that.
And that's fine if that's the answer. I understand, of course.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. So I could answer the open floor question. The Colburn Street, Angeline intersection, we are currently doing an EA. The EA has been awarded to Ainley Consulting, and they're currently working on the alignment and finalizing the EA. If the EA were to be completed, the next step would be preliminary design. I've been informed that the EA won't be completed until mid next year. So even if this work was approved, the city wouldn't be in a position to start the preliminary work until the earliest 2025.
Okay, and so for the public, why is that? Just, you know, being people who don't understand why something all of a sudden now will be next year that was this year. The answer is, like, why is it a year late? Why can't they do the EA till then?
So I would have to answer that question in closed.
The funding is protected, you know. So, Councillor Warren?
I just wanted to make sure that in the budget, there was a bit of a change on the stoplights that haven't been brought up, that it's not Cedar Tree, it's Canal Boyd and 36th. There was just the amount was the same amount, but I guess staff put the wrong street in. So this year it is for Canal 36. Yeah, I just wanted that out, so.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was going to be my second point once we finish with my first point.
So I need a motion, a mover and seconder for Councillor Rojas's corner of Angeline and Coburn. Councillor Yo, seconder Councillor Smeaton, all in favor, and that's passed. Director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So now we can go to page 35 of the budget book under traffic signals and streetlights, which is the last table on page 35. The last project listed, JDE identification number 983240902. The project is listed as traffic signals at Duke Street, Cedar Tree Lane, CKL 36 for $314,000. The funding and the total expenditure is correct. However, the project description should have read traffic signals at Duke Street traffic signals at Canal Street Boyd Street CKL 36.
I have a mover and seconder. Councillor Warren, seconder. Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor. And that passes. So we've gone through the budget, we've gone through the questions and answers, we've gone through the decision units, and we've added some decision units and made the revisions to the budget. So do I need a motion to? Yeah. Okay. Ms. Bolkaboom, would you like to give us a final summation of where we stand and where we are in terms of reserves, et cetera?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you will allow me to go very slowly. Yes. We have removed tax-supported funding to the reserve and replaced the bus with provincial dedicated gas tax. That took your 3.99% down to 3.58% overall impact to the operating budget. You have utilized $343,000 of OSIF funding from the original $500,000 estimate, which leaves you with the carry forward amount of $157,000 in OSIF remaining. We'll bring forward a report with our reserve strategy and move that remaining into the capital contingency reserve in the new year. You've used $510,000 of the $850 eligible federal dedicated gas tax, which leaves you $340,000 in the federal dedicated gas tax reserve, obligatory reserve. The total budget in this morning's report, was it just this morning, of $71.2 million You've taken out 1.3 and deferred for Angeline. You took out 155 for Helen and Lindsay Street. You have added in the decision units this afternoon. Your new gross capital budget is $70.671060 million.
Thank you. Are there any other revisions to the budget? Sorry, capital budget. Councillor Joyce?
I just want to point out, we still have to find 42,000 to bring it down to 3.5%.
We've got operating.
We got operating, okay.
We'll get there in operating. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you to Director Bickwim. You mentioned 3.58. That's, you mentioned operating, but you meant capital? 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 I think you mentioned operating, but it's the 3.58. That's correct. The final number?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, 3.58 is the combined operating and capital, plus your 1.5 infrastructure levy on top of the 3.58.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was going to ask about, the 1.5% levy. Sorry, that's on top of that, or that's including? That's it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the 1.5 is on top of that, and that's in the operating budget allocation to the asset management reserve.
So with no other amendments, I need a confirming bylaw. Councillor Warren, Deputy Mayor Richardson, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special meeting of council of November 28, 2023 be confirmed. All in favor? And that's passed. I have a motion to adjourn. Councillor Yeo, Councillor Perry. All in favor? Thank you. And I will tell you right now, I have no intention of vetoing anything on this budget.